tego, tak? A to ja tylko sprawdzam w takim razie, czy on działa, tak? Działa, sprawdzam tylko. Nie, bo tak fajnie, nie ma pogłosu. Teraz przez mikrofon. No właśnie, bo ja mówię, ja słyszę zawsze, jak mówię przez mikrofon, to słyszę, że przez mikrofon. Ale może ten. Dzień dobry, witam.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome. Welcome to all of our guests that have come here and to our online watchers. My name is Magdalena Krukowska. I'm a Forbes magazine journalist. I'd like to welcome all of you, ladies and gentlemen, to this year's edition of Eco City 2022 Hope in the Times of Uncertainty conference. This year we will discuss the social, economic, and environmental development of cities, about the global trends, European trends, and Polish trends. We will show you best practices in this respect. However, the motto, the leitmotif of our conference is not coincidental. We want to show you that there is hope, that we have certain solution for the economic and social problems. We want to develop our cities and we want to solve its issues concerning the housing and finances. Before we move to the gist of our conference, I would like to welcome to the stage the organizers of our conference. Maria Andrzejewska, Director General of UNEP GRID-Warszawa Center. Shall I sit down? It's up to you. Frédéric Billet, Ambassador of France to Poland. And Magdalena Mochowska, Director Coordinator for Green Warsaw and the Warsaw City Hall. Good morning. And now, Director Maria Andrzejewska will open our conference. Thank you very much. Dear Ambassador, dear Director Coordinator, dear partners and friends of EcoCity, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great pleasure to welcome you to the conference organized under the 9th edition of EcoCity program. This program has been initiated by the Embassy of France. It was initiated in 2013, and since always our goal was to support sustainable development of cities, and this is our topic today. Not that long ago, we said that we are living in interesting times, and I have a feeling that in the previous years, in the previous months, we are thinking more and more often that we are living in difficult times. Yesterday, I read Gazeta Wyborcza daily, and I saw several articles that touched upon the issues that we are dealing with. For example, everything is getting more and more expensive. Schools are preparing for the freezing in winter. We are left alone with the issues and problems. But also I saw articles concerning that there is more and more greenery in the cities and that we should bet on the green projects. In the time into this difficult time of citizens of cities, I would like to invite you to the discussion concerning possible solutions to the issues. We are living also in the times of great possibilities and opportunities, and we also have the opportunity to change. Last year's conference, we talked about the green redevelopment. We wanted to overcome the corona pandemic, and we wanted more stabilization. However, this year we can see less stability, we can see economic and climatic crisis, and of course the war in Ukraine, the Russian invasion of Ukraine. We are focusing mostly on helping refugees fleeing war. Every day, millions of Poles feel that we have limited possibilities. Poles experience higher prices of energy, higher pollution of air, and also issues of the health system and the educational system. These are local challenges, actually, and every day we are bombarded with information concerning global issues. We can hear about the degradation of ecosystems, about climate change, air pollution, water contamination, soil contamination, and this will all make our problems even worse. The next months to come will bring more challenges for local authorities in Poland. It will be a test for them to which extent they are sustainable. Where the green transformation started early and it was consequently followed, there we can be sure that our bills for electricity will be lower. During our today's conference, we want to show how these problems are intertwined, and we also want to show you the solutions, because solving one problem is very often an answer to another problem. Green transformation also is related to the digitization. Thanks to that, we can build cities which are effectively managed, and we need innovative technologies for that, but first and foremost also the good quality data. I listened to Aleksandra Przegalińska from Leon Koźmiński Academy and Harvard. I listened to her lecture concerning the digitization in the cities and artificial intelligence in the cities. She talked about how much we could change if we let in AI to our cities. And of course, I am not talking about any invigilation and tracing of citizens, but she was talking about the artificial intelligence which helps the city adapt to their citizens and to their population. Artificial intelligence helps us analyze big data and helps us manage the city in a smart way, including managing energy, waste management, and greenery in the cities. So the times are difficult, but we are sure that the process of changes will speed up. We can see that being dependent on fossil fuels is very problematic. We don't know how much our air will be polluted this winter. Energy performance of building and improving it is also crucial in order to face the energy problem in the winter. However, ladies and gentlemen, hope is green. And the Eco-City program shows us that being consequent in achieving our goal brings real profits and benefits. The local authorities which will deal with the challenges of today will be more resistant in the future to the climate change and to the Polish issues like, for example, air pollution. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Ambassador, I would like to thank you and the whole team of the French Embassy for supporting the organization of Eco-City program. Thank you very much for the collaboration on this project, on this conference, on the webinars, speeches, etc., let alone the competition. We chose the best, the greenest city, and at the end of today's conference, we will award the prize to the city. Thank you very much to the city of Warsaw. I'd like to thank Ms. Director Coordinator and Ms. Dorota Zawadzka for the possibility of organizing today's conference. I would like to thank our exquisite partners, Nut Citrus Company, Renault Polska, FH, and our partners like Crédit Agricole Suez, FH. We are honored to be able to cooperate with a series of partners in the industry and in the media. Thank you for Horterus Bartosiewicz, the company which decorated our today's venue with flowers. And to conclude, I would like to thank the team of GRID-Warszawa for organizing the whole project and conference. I would like to thank Małgosia Konkol the most because she was the mastermind of this program. And so thank you very much for this hard work and for your success. Thank you very much to all of you. and I would like to thank Professor Maciej Nowicki, and I would like to wish you all the best on the occasion of your birthday. I am happy that we can spend this special day together. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, and I wish you fruitful discussions during the conference. Thank you very much, Director. And now the Ambassador of France will say a few words. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Director General. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm very happy that I can be here with you today and to open this conference. This conference marks the 10th edition of the program Eco-City. As it was said before by the director, the Eco-City is the initiative of the Embassy of France, which already organized 9 previous conferences, and today we are organizing this program with UNEP GRID-Warszawa. Thank you very much for your engagement and your cooperation. For sure, this program and its reliability and its accuracy is confirmed every year. This program will stay with us for a long time in the future. Water management, the circular economy and waste management, energy efficiency, greenery, sustainable mobility, these are the fields that are indispensable in our everyday life. The innovation will help us achieve progress and achieve our goal. And this goal is very ambitious. We all know this goal. Everyone, all Poles, all French people, we are all committed to achieve the goal of carbon neutrality until 2050. This is not a long-distance goal. It is a point in time in which we want to achieve our goal, but we will do it step by step. During the presidency of France in the European Union, we had a very ambitious agenda, and the member states step by step strived to specify the common standpoint in order to limit the CO2 emission by 55% by 2030. Of course, this goal requires from us shared responsibility and consequent actions. The entities that work in the field are here the most important. They play the most important role. And of course, our society, our civic society and local authorities referred to by director, as well as companies and businesses. You are all the carriers of solutions and innovations that make our territories more eco-friendly. You're betting on greenery and on green transformation. The challenge is huge. We have to rethink the housing and infrastructure concepts. We have to introduce more and more innovations in order to improve the quality of life and in order to limit the emissions, as well as supporting production practices. So, in a nutshell, we all have to adopt a green economy approach. I'm particularly happy about the engagement of companies and organizers in the Eco-City program this year, and I would like to extend my thanks to Swiss Consulting, Safesh, Crédit Agricole, as well as Field Act, and the UNPL, United Nations PL. We have to think globally in order to face the energy issues and environmental issues. For example, concerning the backup plan, in order to cope with the increasing prices of energy, we are working very actively on the EU member states level, and we are searching for specific solutions. We believe and we know that the expectations of our citizens are very high, and we want to live up to those expectations. To conclude, I would like to thank all of you for being here with us today, and I would like to wish you fruitful and inspirational discussions. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ambassador, and now Magdalena Muchowska will take the floor. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. That's true that the times that we are living in now, they are full of very difficult events. However, I believe that these are all experiences that make us all wiser and stronger. The pandemic for 2 years, of course, had huge influence on our health, but it also changed to a huge extent our preparedness to digitization and the digitization process itself. We are living in a different world today than we did before the pandemic. We could see that remote work could be something good for the employer and employee, and also, what is most important, for the environment. Due to the fact that part of us don't commute every day to work, they can work from home, they can pick up their children from school or kindergarten maybe half an hour before. It all makes our environment more happy and our employees more happy. We can work in the forest, watching beautiful scenery by the lake, and we have a happier society, we work more effectively. We have experienced the atrocious war. We didn't believe something like that would happen, but it also showed us how solidar we are, and we can see that this solidarity will stay with us for a longer time. I hope that it will happen. Right now we are facing the energy crisis, and probably it will translate into economic crisis. But I also believe that from this crisis will also make us wiser and stronger. For the last few months, I have attended a lot of conferences where we discuss the same topic over and over again, and every time I'm thinking about, is it worth it? Do we really have to leave aside our everyday responsibilities and just deal with finding solution for the problem? And then I remembered the Polish smog alert, and actually it was initiated in 2015, so not that long ago. But today, in Krakow, we can see that the city hall will not accept any motions to support coal burning. Coal burning is already banned in Krakow. I am very happy about the transformation in Silesia. Not only energy system is changed in Silesia, but also the society is changed. But still, a lot of people there work in mining and in related sectors. However, still, Rybnik, Katowice, these are the cities which experience a real revolution. Air pollution, air condition is being improved on an everyday basis. For me, this is the best proof which confirms that it is worth it. It is worth it. All the discussions concerning striving to the climate neutrality and fighting the climate change, it is something that we have to fight for together. So I will say it, as the city of Warsaw, we want to be carbon neutral. We want to be more green. We have a roadmap stating how we will achieve it and what steps do we have to take in order to achieve climate neutrality. And today we already know that without collaboration on every possible field, it will not be possible. We have to cooperate on the level of local authorities, and it's fantastic that we actually do that. We talk to other cities, to other communes, and within such organizations as C40, Mayor Association, we talk with each other in order to check the best practices, the best solutions, and from each and every meeting of this kind, I come out wiser and smarter. I'm looking at Director Dorota because she is the beneficiary of my ideas. When we come back from those conferences, then I tell her, we have to do this and that other thing too, and she is also very inspired by all those ideas. Sometimes I think that we don't have the time to think ahead, to think about long-term solutions, but this is the time to think about long-lasting solutions. But as I said, for that to happen, we need to cooperate. We need to cooperate among local authorities, we need to cooperate with businesses, and also with the government. We have to remember that we have the subsidiarity rule. We, as local authorities, are the closest to the population, to the people, and we know how to do our job. We know how to solve certain issues. We are not the same. We cannot compare Warsaw, Katowice, and commune, and a small commune at the seaside or in the mountains. And unfortunately, I can see that the government tries to solve all the solutions of all the cities, all the villages, all the towns with one global solution. We would spend the same money more effectively if the programs, the government programs, were prepared in cooperation with local authorities. This is something that we are still missing, but I hope that it will change in the future so that this local specificity will be taken into account. If I may, I would like to say one more thing to conclude, because I think it is worth mentioning. All of the changes will not happen if we do not convince our society that it is worth it. I think that this energy crisis gives us a lot of new arguments to convince the society that it is worth it, because unfortunately there are still groups in our society who don't want to hear about climate change, about environmental problems. For them this is abstract, but right now we can tell them that energy performance, thermal renovation, and renewable sources of energy are the cheapest sources of electricity. That is why we need to talk to them. We need to talk to those groups that actually this kind of energy is simply the cheapest one. If I want to convince someone to give up the car and give up the car and switch to the bicycle, then the air will be less polluted, but also that person will be more healthy. That is why informational campaigns are so important. We are doing it together with the media patrons and partners, and I hope that everyone will understand that one day that the next steps, the next activities are as important as fighting smog. One more sentence to conclude. In the last weeks, I think that I gave interviews to a dozen or so TV channels. I talked about the energy transformation, about how the coal is detrimental to our environment. So I'm also happy that the media is being more and more interested in that. Thank you very much.
Dziękuję bardzo.
Thank you for opening the conference. One more request to you, Director, because we're speaking about creating hope. So please tell us a bit more about the courage on our way to climate neutrality. Well, I've already mentioned this in my speech. I've mentioned the courage because I think that if we all join forces, the media, local governments, the government, NGOs, and society. So we need to join forces, all of us, and work towards climate neutrality. If we do that, there is hope. There is light at the end of the tunnel. As for the air quality, we've seen in the recent years that a revolution is possible because it has actually taken place, and we can also expand it towards climate neutrality and all the changes that are ahead of us. For years in the city council, we've been giving subsidies for heaters, household heaters, boilers replacement to improve air quality. We also grant subsidies for private buildings, for renewable energy sources. We have already spent about 50 million zlotys on that, and each year there are many people applying for that. The City Council also invests in its own renewable energy sources, and each year we will double the number of PV panels on the roofs of our buildings. Now we have 120 projects. In the upcoming years, we will have another 120 projects because we want to be increasingly independent. Self-sufficient in terms of energy. Well, some things are very expensive, but they are also very effective in terms of the environment. Take Warsaw. Replacing trams or subway trains allows us to save about 30% of energy. Now we've been replacing street lights along the roads. It's a project which is worth over 30 million, but we'll get back this investment over the next 3 years. So this is doable. Soon we will embark on another project replacing 68 street lighting posts, 68,000. And this is yet another project which falls or fits in with our approach. This is also a approach that brings economic benefits, and I think that this also can persuade local governments and society that it's worth embarking on this change. But we won't stop here. We will think about PV panels, maybe hydrogen in public transport. We are working on that to reduce our energy demand. Of course, education is crucial here because every individual can make a difference when they switch off lights, when they unplug equipment, when they don't open a window when the heating's on. We have to keep spreading awareness because everyone can make a difference. I'll give you an example. We've organized a contest among the City Council employees who will cover the largest distance by bike when commuting to work or at work. And there was a huge interest. The contest was very popular, so it's a tiny step, but extremely effective. Overall, we had over almost 600 participants, 55 departments. They covered a distance of a few dozen thousand kilometers. We asked the winner, one of the winners, what she did to be able to cover such a distance. she said that she lives about 2.5 kilometers away from the office. So how did she manage to cover such a long distance to win the contest? But she said that she took the longer way just to win. So education is very encouraging. And we should keep highlighting these issues. And once again, cooperation and joint projects, joint solutions. We as Warsaw are now part of the mission of 100 climate neutral cities. It's a great privilege, but it's a platform that allows knowledge sharing and experience sharing. There are 5 cities from Poland on this mission. And these cities, are in touch. We talk to each other 3 times a week. We are preparing some sharing projects, and the thermal upgrade of buildings is critical for us. As the Polish smog alert was about the air quality, I would like to stress and highlight thermal upgrade, the thermal upgrade of buildings, because there are a few types of projects such as PV or the street lighting, where the rate of return is quite fast. But in this case of the thermal upgrade, the rate of return takes a few decades, not 2 years. And this is extremely important because in Poland there are many old-fashioned buildings which consume a lot of energy. So here there's a lot of work to be done, but also we can make huge progress here, because if we upgrade the building, we can save 30 up to 50% of energy. So it's worth doing it, but we need a lot of subsidies and grants from any source we might have, from the EU, from the government, from business, because without external investment, we won't be able to carry it through as fast as we want. So if you take only administrative buildings in Warsaw, 4 billion zlotys, this is the amount of investment. We also have some city housing projects. It's not only about the thermal upgrade, it's also about improving the quality of life of people who live in these buildings. And I think that this is something we need to talk about here as well. And also it's a field where cooperation is crucial. Thank you, Director. Thank you for opening the conference. You can leave the stage now. And if you're sitting in the back rows, please come closer to the front rows to see us better and to hear us better. Well, of course, changing cities, their air quality and environmental aspects require a lot of courage, among other things. But now let me give the floor to Kacper Nosarzewski, who knows a lot about the environment. He is a futurist partner at 4CF Strategic Foresight and member of the board of the Polish Society for the Study of the Future. Good morning. I hope you can see me now. Thank you for having me. Certainly, there are people who know more about cities. But my approach, my colleagues and I, we take a different approach to cities because we want to show you how the current challenges can be overcome in the long run to change cities for the better, to improve our quality of life and go beyond our expectations and dreams. So I'll be speaking about the development of cities for people and for the environment. It can be inspiring sometimes if you think how many things can be changed and also how difficult it is to make the changes even over decades. Let's travel to 1972. Is there anyone here who was born in 1972 or 71 or 73? No? Oh, that's interesting. Well, let me remind you. Let me give you some context of what world looked like in 1973. The Stockholm Conference took place 50 years ago. With the declaration I will mention later on, because it's still valid 50 years later when it comes to the environmental protection and curbing the negative effect on the environment. What else happened 50 years ago? A technical glitch. Well, the Limits of Growth report was published. It's been so famous now that I'm really wondering whether actually all the people who speak about the report and challenge the report, did they actually read it? Did they actually read the forecasts? And many other people, many other things happened. Pink Floyd were publishing their recording, etc. But let's speak for a while about the limits to growth. Probably most of you know the report or have heard about the report because it was pretty much exceptional. It was one of the first attempts to use computer modeling in forecasting, general forecasting, and I don't mean sector-specific forecasting, but forecasting that covers the whole planet, the whole system. Planet is the system, as a system where people use resources, water, minerals, biomass, how they turn these resources into pollution. And as population grows, of course, the needs grow. And people need more and more energy and resources, but also the effectiveness grows. So maybe it's not as bad as Thomas Malthus was describing in the 17th century. He was very much very wrong. But actually, the resources are limited, and this is the limit of our growth. There are 4 authors of this report that was made famous thanks to the Rome Club. They had 4 hypotheses with 4 scenarios. According to 2 or 3 of them, the limit of growth was supposed to happen in the 2nd or 3rd decade of the 21st century. So as the population grows and the consumption of resources grows, and the rate of emission of greenhouse gases or other forms of pollution grows, the following things will happen. First of all, prices will soar, and there will be a huge shortage of resources, so the growth will collapse. And as a consequence, civilization will collapse. You can see this in the chart. So there will be a very bad thing will happen, the population collapse. Something what was called the subsistence crisis. So this is something we knew from the Middle Ages. So after a crop failure in the Middle Ages, after one winter of crop failure, the whole population of a whole tribe might disappear. This actually might apply here to the whole planet. These forecasts were mocked, laughed at, criticized, but they remain valid. 2 years ago, my colleagues from KPMG from Canada recalculated and updated the models, the forecasts, and nothing has changed. And we might end here. This is where we are. If you update the models are actually pretty good. The forecasts remain the same. This means that the model is actually accurate, and this is precisely where we are heading, to a collapse. And people are increasingly aware about this. You can see some quotes here from recent years and months. And some of the quotes are 50 years old. They are from the Limits to Growth report, from the Stockholm Declaration or other sources. And the feeling in general, the mood is the same. The first one, we are the last generation, thank you, is a desperate cry. This shows you that society is desperate. This is a society which is undergoing a very strong urbanization process. In Poland, urbanization has been stagnated for the last 20 years, and if it progresses, urbanization, well, we will face a lot of challenges. It's a sign of protest. So it says, don't decide about our lives, don't tell us how to live, because we are undergoing an existential crisis and our life is at threat. So this is a good example of the fact that we are afraid of the future. So there is fear of the future. And also the second quote is a quote from Pink Floyd's How I Wish You Were Here. It's about the longing I feel when I'm far away from my family and friends. And this leads to fear and anxiety. And I think that many people who are so negative about the future, they share this feeling. Future generation will have to live in much worse conditions. Because many people believe that the prosperity we are having now cannot continue.
There are a lot of trends which support it. We are not only basing our future forecasts on the data from before 50 years. We are looking at the trends that influence all the markets and all the geographical regions. We can see that there are some data which confirm that we are heading towards the black times, the dark times. Actually, no matter how much we are mistaken, the trends are the same. We can see that the bar is higher and higher when it comes to the requirements, how we have to secure food supply. But we can see that ecosystem services are worsening. We can see that all the interrelations between the humans with ecosystems, with microorganisms, with fauna, with great fauna, which gives us emotional feelings. That is the feeling that we are not alone here in this world. We need to have this feeling that we are not alone, that we are here with the nature, with the fauna, and that we can support each other. aging of our populations is also not beneficial to the economy, and it also is related with the pessimistic sentiment. A lot of people, a lot of elderly people are quite pessimistic about the future, and very often their approach to the future is not active. They do not feel responsible for the future, unfortunately. Well, maybe not all of them, but at least part of them. Another thing is that we are living in the cities. We have an impression that we have everything, that we are living in affluent cities. However, slowly we are realizing that the green revolution, which took place in 6 years ago, starts diminishing, and we can see that the number of population and of citizens of cities is growing. And actually, in the autumn, there will be 8 billion people in the world, and it is increasingly difficult to supply the cities with food. Each and every ecosystem and each and every market can feel that. And how is it reflected in the Polish cities? We looked at it from multiple perspectives, from Veolia, from the clients, from different industries, in cooperation with large cities which have the ambitions to be leaders, like Wrocław, for example. But I also want to take you back to the past. I would like to take you to the journey to the cities which do not feel they have any chances and opportunities. Oh, but I forgot about one thing. But, well, let's now talk about that city. So, in that city, we do not have the division between the small local life, where I can take care of my local surroundings, and all the bad that comes from outside. It is related to the phenomenon of the shock of the future. It is paralyzing. It is unsettling. The more optimistic activists very often give us promises. These promises are sometimes also given by the city hall officials, but they are not convincing anymore. Around 1 year ago, I worked for a Yeti Climate Kick in Rybnik, and I looked at the decarbonization of the city, and we talked together with the local experts on 3 visions of a city of the future. Each of those visions is different than the extrapolation of today's trends. These future scenarios are really thought-provoking. There is no balance between the development and the health of human. This is a standard situation for a medium-sized city. What is important, our local partners indicate that we are even unable to imagine how in 30 years our social relations and economic situation will look. We have no idea what will happen. Still, the conclusions are that whatever inspirational changes we make, the future of the city may lose more on those changes than use. All the more so if we transfer to the virtual world, if we combine the real and the virtual worlds, then the interest of the ecosystems in the cities and spatial aspects in the cities can be deteriorated and decreased. If in the city of the future our partners to live with are avatars and AI than the interest in the real world and the complex problems of the real world, the complicated scientific tools that are needed to get to know the botanics, the microbiological aspects of the world. Well, this can all be just too much for the citizens of the future. And maybe we'll live in the cities full of defects, full of inconvenience, but population will have this opportunity just to escape to the virtual world. That would of course lead to health problems of the whole society, both on the level of mental health and the physical health. Another vision, also coming from Rybnik, a fallen city. However, this is also a world, a vision of the world where we have been able to overcome certain problems. This city uses migration, builds multicultural society which is integrated, but on the other hand, concerning the negative aspects of the structural crisis, where decarbonization is a threat rather than an opportunity, well, actually, society, the community of such a city, will for sure not change, and they will not become less of egoists, and they will not think about the ecosystems. Of course, this world is saturated with consumerism. Actually, we are used to satisfying our material needs. And in this vision, there is no place for just enjoying life and enjoying the welfare because most of the time we have to fight for supplies. And we have also the third vision. Will it be optimistic? Unfortunately, not. This is about the future where even if we are able to save the local authority as a representative of a caregiver of a local community, then in the context of large challenges, maybe some long-lasting crisis, maybe a breakdown of the decarbonization system, it will lead to a situation where the local politics becomes more conservative, inconsistent, unable to take the risks. And so they will adapt to the minimum needs and they will lower the bar, lower the expectations. It was, I think, already mentioned today that we have to lower our expectations. And the citizens will be alienated and they will not have the right source of life energy. So on the one hand, the city functions somehow, but on the other hand, there's not a pleasant place to live in. It's all very dark, isn't it? Rather pessimistic. In a series of projects that I cooperated on, this fear of the future is omnipresent. But fortunately, we have a second source of inspiration. These are activists, animators of positive changes. They show us that the future is strange, as Stanisław Lem, the Polish writer, said at the end of where he neared the end of his life. But this future doesn't have to be negatively surprising. If we let this fear of the future take control, then of course we will go into the direction of these three visions that I presented to you. There are other discourses of sustainable development, about waste management, about master cities, etc. But because the future is strange, it may be surprising, the situation may be turned around. Of course, there is a possibility of spreading positive imagination, positive visions. And what we are missing the most today is the imagination. If we allow our population to just fill their imagination with consumerism, with satisfying consumer needs, and we don't leave them space to imagine a city that transforms, not only from elections to elections, but when they imagine a city of the future in a totally different context, then it would be great. We could be more optimistic. Today, we cannot offer the population what we could offer in the past. So we have to come up with a new vision of a city. So it cannot be a mediocre solution. We have to be radical. For me, a source of inspiration of a totally different city is the Resilience Frontiers program. This program has one goal. It wants to rethink and review the boundaries of our imagination. And it looks like it is still an inspiration for a lot of organizations. However, they are still not ambitious enough. This horizon is not ambitious enough in order to inspire the whole society. Maybe we need goals that would be more universal so that everyone could see that it also suits them. It should be, of course, based on scientific research, but it should allow us to be ready for the change. The future that we are talking about more and more frequently recently and the future in terms of agriculture, the future in terms of regeneration, is a future where in the city we are not reducing part of negative activities. We are eliminating all the negative factors, and we are rethinking and reviewing the structure of the city. This is a city which is affluent not with technology, but a city affluent in fauna and flora, an ecosystem. So, for example, vertical agriculture or satisfying the food needs of the cities by synthetic biology, greenhouses in the cities may become omnipresent in the future cities. But we need to take radical steps. We need a dramatic change in order to achieve that. This year, we are cooperating with the Polish Association of Development Companies. It may be strange, but on the other hand, it's really important. If we have an undeveloped land, then we strive at the following goal, that we want to stop development of empty plots of land. So our goal is what Ferdinand Brodel described in reference to the cities many years ago, in very distant past. A city that becomes a world itself, a city that becomes an autonomous entity which is self-sufficient and which produces supplies for itself. The city which is not just wasting water, which is not accelerating us into the direction of the boundaries, but a city which produces water, which uses not only effectively but totally the supplies in a new biological, ecological, and economic paradigms. I know that this vision is not as specific as our fears that I talked about at the beginning, but I hope that this vision will stay with us and it will inspire you so that our approach to the cities will change radically and it will change positively.
Bardzo dziękuję panu za naprawdę
Thank you very much for this very inspirational speech. When it comes to the visions that you referred to, there are certain local authorities which are very ambitious. They have very ambitious plans and strategies. The only problem is that somehow they don't know how to implement their ideas and they don't know how to finance them. And this is the topic that we will touch upon during our discussion panel, all the more so that the situation is sensitive and specific. The inflation is high, we have increasing prices of energy. So how the local authority can find itself in this situation. We will talk about it with our guests. Again, Magdalena Muchowska, Director Coordinator for GRID-Warszawa from the Warsaw City Hall. I have a technical request. I'd like to sit there in the first chair so that I have the control over this debate. Michał Fisiak, Director of the Department of Public Finance in the City Hall of Łódź, is our next panelist. And Mark Sadler, Leader Program of Sustainable Development and Infrastructure in European Union Member States in the World Bank.
Sprawdzę jeszcze, czy działa mikrofon. Słychać mnie? Słychać.
I hope you can hear me and I hope your mics work. Ladies and gentlemen, I have already said that local governments are actually in a very specific and very difficult situation right now. We are speaking about sustainable development here, but this involves many different issues. Also, the publicity in the media is rather about inflation and the fact that local governments have to deal with inflation, soaring energy prices, that there need to be cuts in expenses, especially in Warsaw. So we're rather speaking about how to save money, not how to invest money. Is it just the media trying to catch our attention, or is it actually what local governments are doing? Are they being conservative, or are they trying to get ready for the worst time? And what's the financial prospect for local governments? Well, obviously speaking about sustainable development. Michał Fisiak, could you please address this? So, I'm Michał Fisiak, Director of the Department of Public Finance, City Council of Łódź. I'm happy to be here. This is a very complex question. So, I address the first part first. So, cities, local governments, are they already trying to handle the soaring energy prices and the soaring inflation? I can give you some examples. Some local governments that I know and about whose actions I've heard. So let's start with Łódź, with my city. We've already been affected by all these things indirectly. We had earmarked 1,300,000,000 zlotys for investment projects, and we had public tenders, but now we are facing problems because of soaring energy prices and other types of prices. We have to re-announce tenders, and we have to increase this item in the budget because of the soaring prices. So this is the indirect effect that has affected the companies directly and the city council indirectly. And the direct impact will probably hit us the beginning of the next year as the city council and the city companies. There are now some tenders ongoing in the pipeline. And it is estimated that energy prices will increase fourfold for the city. Now the city pays 505 zlotys for a megawatt hours, and we expect to pay about 2,000 zlotys next year. Take Piotrków Trybunalski, which is a city close to Łódź. They had a tender last week, and they were offered a 12-fold increase in energy prices. So it all depends on the local context when your contract expires. Some contracts are signed for a few years. And just for one city company, we expect a 60 million increase in the price of energy. So this is actually happening already, isn't it? Yes. And we expect to hit us in January directly. Now we are waiting for the government to take steps, because it has been proposed that the Ministry of Assets will curb the soaring energy prices, because it's planning to introduce a new tax, but we'll see where it takes us. So it's already a problem today. So Director Mrochowska, I have a question to you. What does it look like in Warsaw? What can the local government do? How can you make savings not to make the quality of life worse, and also at the same time to keep implementing your current strategies? So I have to start by saying why we are where we are. For a few years now, year after year, local governments are being stripped of money, 1 billion a year, then another 1 billion, then 700 million. This is because of the legal changes made by the government. And these are huge losses over the last years. Therefore, now we are less resilient to the current crises, because for a few years now the government has been depriving us of money, of the personal income tax, etc. All these affect our budget. 1,700,000,000. The so-called Polish deal, with only this program, they have taken away this money from us. We have the long-term financial budgets and forecasts, and they allow us to plan long-term investment projects. They span 10 years, so we can plan large investment projects for 10 years. So let's say we make plans for a 10-year project, and then overnight they take away 1 billion from us. This hits us heavily. So to me, the energy price, the energy crisis are yet another problem we have to face. We have been facing for a few years now, not the first problem that has come. What can we do? Well, we can do a few things. First of all, we can change our habits, so we can have 19 degrees in the office instead of 22. Also, we can use less energy over the weekend. We can also limit street lighting. And this helps you save money. We'll certainly do that. And the mayor of Warsaw has published a plan. Now let me address investment projects. Usually, starting a new project means taking out a loan. So the question is whether we have legal capacity to take out a debt. Well, it varies. It depends whether you're a big city or a small municipality. If the government says you can keep running a debt, no limits here, this is a very short-sighted approach because debts need to be paid at a certain point. And I'm very happy that we are talking also with a financial specialist from a city council. And also often it's much more easier to persuade the financial department to projects which bring us a return on investment fast. We partner with the European Investment Bank, and they give us very preferential loans. They give us very preferential loans, and this is a fast source of financing to us. But there are also projects which are more time-consuming, where it takes more time to get the return on investment, and it's more problematic to get money for them. Okay, so in this context, I have a question to you, Mark. In Poland, local governments have to face a shortage of money for sustainable development projects because they have to save money now. The geopolitical situation is as it is. The energy prices are soaring, so is the inflation. So what's your opinion? Will it slow the green transformation, the green transition of cities down? In the whole Europe, I mean, not only in Poland, or maybe to the contrary, it will accelerate because cities will have to save money on energy, so they will accelerate certain activities they haven't done so far because there was always something more important.
The first point, going back to what you were saying about the media, I think what we often see with crises is it forces either or thinking. It forces false dichotomies because we focus on a short-term challenge and we immediately forget the medium term. Now, sometimes that makes sense, and sometimes that alignment is clear. But the discussion that we're having today, it is a totally false dichotomy. The current situation in energy prices gives you a bigger and faster driver to the transition, not an either-or. So what is it that we actually need to do to enable that? And I think there are a few things, and I've been a long time in the climate space, and have learned that sometimes our messaging's not good. So generally we talk in these situations about austerity, about having to give things up, about negatives. But the reality is, if you're talking to a consumer about reducing their energy bills, that's generally a thing that they find to be good. If you're talking about making their homes more efficient, that is actually a positive thing. But if we also then put it in the context of green, of emissions, of global public goods, it's very, very difficult for consumers who are caught looking at their disposable incomes on a daily and monthly basis and watching them disappear to really get on that train with you. So there is a problem in the messaging. We really do need to be focusing on working with consumers, homeowners, commuters, consumers of energy and public services, to understand why it is in their interests very clearly and how that affects their disposable income, but also then how that affects the society that's around them. And that messaging is absolutely critical. I've got this really weird behavior at home. I turn lights off all the time. And I was trying to work out the other day why I did it. And the reality is I was a kid that grew up in the 1970s during the power cuts when we had the coal strikes in the UK. And that habit is still there today. Now, the question then becomes, what was it that was going on at that time that affected a young kid to change those types of behaviors? And that takes me to the second point of this. Quite often when we face crises, we try and think of what is the answer, when the reality is we have seen similar crises before, and we worked out what worked and what didn't work. And again, in this particular situation, I think it is, and it's difficult to take that breath. In the eye of the storm, it is difficult to take a breath. But we have to look back at similar crises and work out what worked, why did it work, what's changed, and how do we adapt it to move forwards. The last point I'd make on the financing of this is that money, money is not money. There are all sorts of different types of capital. There's disposable capital that's available cash in your budget today for which has been applied to your budget, and exactly the sort of situation that you guys are sitting in, right? What is your disposable income within a particular budgeting period? But the question here becomes, how do we access different types of capital? How do we put in place the regulations and the ability to draw down long-term capital and access capital markets, if that is a requirement? And if that's a national issue, then the cities need to work together to take that, to explain why these regulations are required. Because most of these issues are financing challenges. Replacing all of the light bulbs, the move to LED, is a financing issue. Right, you're going to earn it back in 3 years. The question is, I need the capital today to buy the light bulbs and to install them. I just need finance for the next 3 years. I can actually demonstrate what the income is because it's the savings that I'll have. And so it's unpacking the financial bundle. And it's also, the last point I'd make on this, is that in the public sector, and I work in the public sector very much, we tend to think that the public sector needs to solve everything. And the reality is that there are vast opportunities in the private capital markets and working through PPPs, public-private partnerships, to address some of these challenges today. We didn't use them before. That is what is different. But if you at the moment are patient capital and you're looking at the equities markets globally and in a lot of individual countries, the volatility will certainly turn you off. And if you've been watching the markets, you'll see how they've crashed. Where do I park that capital? Answer, there are all sorts of new projects that are out there where you can demonstrate these clear income streams from say, finance. And there is huge interest in that. But we need to package those transactions. We need to explain them well.
Dziękuję bardzo. To bardzo ważne.
Thank you. What you said is very important. But let's get back to Poland once again. So in practice, how will this situation evolve? So I have a question to you, Michał Fisiak. Because you've said a lot about the soaring energy prices and you were pessimistic about it. So what will it look like in practice? Will there be a form of a break to curb the prices? Or maybe we should rethink our strategies. So what should we do for the future? So what will the policy, the strategy for Łódź and other cities look like? I mean, in the context of the environmental protection and sustainable development.
We still have 10 minutes, so you can answer this question. The local authorities are limited. We have our limitations. For example, we are limited by the government activities, and we are limited by the aspect of printing money. What about municipal green obligations, green bonds? Well, unfortunately, we do not have control over that. So we still are lacking certain financial tools, yes. Actually, for a few years now, we have huge gaps in our budget. First and foremost, because of the new Polish order, Polski Ład. And actually, we are ranked last when it comes to budgeting right now due to this reform. So what else could I say? Going back to the second question, unfortunately, we are dependent on the government. I have several proposals that could help us. Maybe then I would be more optimistic. Are there proposals for the government? Yes. Maybe the government will hear us. Maybe somebody's here from the government, or maybe they are watching us online. So my proposal is as follows. I like to propose compensation for lost profit from the personal income tax, or to share the profits that now go only to the central budget. Local authorities have minimum income from taxes. Or we could also appreciate certain changes in the VAT regulations, so that the cities and local governments could profit on that. And then the zero emission program would be more feasible. Mark Sodler, another question to you. You are pretty optimistic, frankly speaking. So is there a chance for any additional support from the side of international financial institutions? Could you support somehow local authorities, because we cannot count on the European Union right now?
Get into questions about relying on the European Union, but look, I think that there's a couple of things here. I mean, yes, I mean we're certainly engaged a number of different levels, both within the member states here, but of course more broadly, and at the city level specifically on financing and how to address these longer term financing gaps. So the answer is yes, and that's what we do. I think the important thing as well to understand is that the amount of international climate finance in terms of grants is under huge pressure at the moment. I mean, the main contributors to international climate finance, dedicated climate finance, if you like, are watching GDP shrink, are going through the same crisis. So the reality is that that money is getting tighter and tighter. What that requires us to do is to be more and more efficient with capital and how we deploy it. And it really requires us as well to be very clear on what it is that we are doing that is transformative. I think it is incumbent, it's certainly my day job, to ensure that I can clearly demonstrate how what we're doing is being transformative. It's not just a slight change from the status quo. Because to be honest, investing capital today in investments that are a little bit greener or make a little bit of a change doesn't make financial sense. Especially when we look at this, this is a conversation that's all about mitigation. We haven't really touched upon adaptation. But when we look at the threats to cities, when we look at the urban heat maps, when we look forwards, the amount of investment that is required to make our cities viable over the next 20 to 30 years is phenomenal. And again, it's all about retrofitting. It's about how do we manage modern cities. And so there is this overlap with mitigation, but we have to be much, much better, all of us as a community, about telling that story, about demonstrating the numbers and explaining why it's better for people, not just the government or the planet, right? Climate change is an issue about people action. Governments can incentivize, we can put things in place, but at the end of the day, the 8 billion people, and you're referring to the 8 billion consumers, Those are 8 billion consumers who eat food like 12 billion now. Not the sort of the 8 billion that were before, right? We consume in certain ways. And until we get that message very clear about what is the upside for people first, and then planet, we are not going to win this particular challenge.
Dziękuję bardzo.
Thank you very much. And to conclude, I would like to ask the last question to Ms. Magdalena Mochowska. I would like to refer to what we have said during this panel, but also what you said during your power speech. Will local authorities be courageous enough to fulfill their dreams? Because these are not only strategies, these are dreams, actually. And will they implement their green transformation strategy? Of course, this strategy can be followed if we plan saving activities and if we search for financial means anywhere we can, or will the green transformation slow down? Actually, I have a question. Actually, this is a very simple question, and I have a very simple answer. My answer is yes. We already gained momentum, so we will not stop. Of course, we have to be creative, but the Poles are able of being creative. So I think that despite the inconvenient situation, unfavorable situation, we will able to be successful. We will strive to achieving our goal. And I believe that we will not be left alone because we are working with our partners, with the society, with NGOs. This is our great power. We are changing our cities. We are adapting, but we are also mitigating climate change. But this is a field of activities in which the private sector is also engaged. So companies in Warsaw, they have already understood that Warsaw is not just some space of local government. They also perceive this space as the space where they are functioning. So we already take certain actions. Of course, we want the scale of action to be larger, but even developers and building companies already have understood that whenever they build a housing area, they have to build school and kindergarten, and they have to care about the green areas around. Thank you very much. This is the end of our panel, and the next panels will also speak about other issues concerning the social role, the approach of the community to the issue. Thank you very much for this debate. And just to conclude this panel, I would like to ask expert Maciej Ben from Suez Consulting branch in Poland to say a few words. Is Maciej here with us? Thank you, panelists. You can already take your seats. I will follow you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I was listening to the discussion tentatively, and I noticed certain issues which influence our approach to the new city. Actually, not new city, but new us. We can see that information, artificial intelligence, society, these are all very important issues. Of course, when we are thinking about sustainable development and about our future, we are touching upon another aspect which is very sensitive, that is finance. Of course, local authorities representatives said something that is obvious, that they have limited budget, and this budget is shrinking actually. So if there is no money, it is impossible to finance our big goals. So we have to look for the financial means in our savings. So, for example, systems that would monitor the transfer of energy, of heat, of water, identifying losses, these are very important pieces of information. This is very important data that can be fed to the responsible entities so that they can react very quickly to mitigate the losses. And this would bring us savings. We heard about investing in lighting. So these investments are huge, but they are very quickly bringing yield. Another thing that I thought of while listening to the discussion is building awareness. So I'm thinking mostly about young people here that are around 15 years old. They are already aware in what kind of world they want to live in. They also feel responsibility for this world. But I'm also thinking about my closest vicinity. I was on vacation in the countryside, and my son, Mateusz, told me, "Dad, did you see that? Did you see that the son of our house throws out the trash to the forest? What are you going to do about this, Dad?" I asked him, "Why me? Why don't you do something about it?" And 2 days later, I saw that my son educated this young man. So I asked him, "What did you do?" He said, "You know what? It was very easy because the way to the forest was much longer than to the recycling center." And his argument, my son's argument was, "You know what? When you go to the recycling center, you will throw away the trash faster and you will have more time for playing games." So, this very straightforward argument was effective here. Sometimes a really small step can make a big change because we all want to be healthier, we all want to have better quality of life, we want all of this, but it comes at a certain cost. So we can see that we have communities, we have societies who want to improve their lives, but they don't know how, they are afraid of investments. So we have to make investments, but on the other hand, we also have to show the community that these investments, yes, they are cost, but they bring effect. Maybe not today, but maybe in 2 days or maybe in 5 years. So, for example, thermal renovation of buildings does not bring the effects immediately. It's quite an investment, but we have to educate people. We have to educate children. In a few years to come, they will go on strikes. They will exercise pressure on older people who take decisions. Another example from my closest surroundings. I visited my client and I got a task. The client said, when it comes to waste management, we try to do it in line with the law, but it is so costly. Please think of a good solution to solve this problem. So I met up with my team and we thought about it where the recycling center is. So the way from the waste producer to the recycling center and then to other elements of this chain was very long. So actually it generated so much costs. So we just found a shortcut. We suggested the client to skip the intermediaries. They went straight to the recycling center themselves, and this brought them savings. So small steps will bring us a better future. Thank you very much. Thank you. Now we'll have 15-minute break, so we will see each other in 15 minutes.
Witam Państwa po przerwie.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. After a short break, I really invite you all to just finish your coffee quickly and join us in our room. And to everyone who only have just joined us, I would like to remind you that we are now holding conference Eco City 2022. We already mentioned today vertical cities. We heard that this could be a good alternative for producing healthy food for citizens, and this is also a great solution for our cities. And now I would like to ask to the stage Ms. Matylda Szyrla, founder of Listny Cud organization. Okay, my presentation works. Good morning. My name is Matylda Szyrle. I am the founder and CEO of Listny Cud company, and we also have the brand Future Friendly Farm. I would like to talk to you about what vertical farming is, how it works, and how do we work as a startup, because we are just one of examples of new solutions for our planet and our cities. To begin with, I would like to remind you why we are
Dobra.
So I just want to very quickly summarize why we are dealing with food production. Because the current system of food production is inefficient. First of all, in order to feed the population, we have to produce the same amount of food over the next 40 years as we did over the last 8,000 years. Last year, before the Russian invasion of Ukraine, the harvest of wheat was smaller by 18% due to the drought. And it was similar in the USA. That is why agricultural industry already uses up 70% of fresh water. Another thing is important export. We can see that on the shelves in our stores, there is food brought from another country or even another continent. Last year, European Union imported more than 100 million tons of food. And also, 1/3 of our soil is degraded to a certain extent in a global scale. One of the solutions that we can already implement are vertical farming. It's vertical farming. Vertical farming is growing plants in closed spaces. Why is it a good solution? Because it is sustainable food production. We use 90% less water than in the case of traditional agriculture. The growth is 4 times higher. The efficiency is 50 times higher. It can be used locally, and the produce is available 365 days a year. We can give up pesticides, fungicides, and herbicides in full. The world can see this. The sector of vertical farms was worth $30 billion last year. And the forecast is that in 2030 it will be, it was $3 billion last year, and in 2030 it is supposed to be $30 billion. In Texas, for example, we can see companies which establish more and more vertical farms. And actually, IKEA, for example, announced that it will have vertical farming. The last vertical farm was opened just recently in Dubai, and the next very big farms are being built right now in the USA and the other one near London. Vertical farming is just part of a visionary project for the future. Here we can see one of the visualizations of the line, which is a city, the wall city, which may be established in the future in Saudi Arabia. And here we can see the practice. We can see the firm Plenty Bowery company in the USA. Here you can see what it actually means that it is vertical. Here we have lighting, the fertilizers, the watering systems, and we create ideal conditions for growth to the plants. We can do it on several stories, on several floors, or we can do it on walls, which are several meters high. Another example, this is the picture taken just 2 weeks ago in London. These are vertical farms that are stationed in stores. This is Whole Foods store and in farm company which originates from Germany and now carries out activity in several countries. And here we can see a vertical field for Billa. This company is still active and it is active, for example, in Austria, and they have prepared farming containers. I wanted to show you several solutions that are available in the cities.
Można spotkać na farmach wertykalnych.
I discuss farming techniques on such farms, aquaponics, hydroponics, among others. Aquaponics, these are plants in channels or drain pipes, so they are regularly watered, and as I've said, they use 90% less water than traditional farming techniques because water circulates. Then you have aeroponics. Think about a jungle where plants grow on tree branches and they get all the substances they need from the air because humidity is very high, and this is precisely how aeroponics works. And also it's very good for the plants, they grow very well in it. Then we have so we had hydroponics, aeroponics, now we have aquaponics. So at the bottom you have fish, and on the top you have plants, and they mutually fertilize each other. One of the largest European projects of this type is currently in the pipeline in Poland near Kutno, near a city. And interestingly, the fish will not be used for consumption afterwards. It's because of the ecological, the organic and environmentally friendly approach. Who we are, let me tell you this now. We've been on the market for 2 years now, and it's an example of how such a company can develop on the market. There are many options, we are just one of them. Although there are only a few, there are a few companies that deal with vertical gardens in Poland. Yes. In 2020, we created the first vertical farm in Warsaw. You can see some pictures here. It was a pilot project. It was supposed to take only a few months. But 2 years have passed, and now we will soon move to another location. We grow micro leaves. This is superfoods. This is not sprouts, but not plants either. In biodegradable plant pots. We have also built vertical farms that automatically water the plants. Also, the lighting is automatic, so we have already placed it in a few supermarkets. There are 5 of them already. Soon we'll have a 6 in the Carrefour supermarkets. Now we offer herbs and some other vegetables you can see in the chart. So yeah, last year we saved 106 tons of water. We are available in Carrefour, Frisco, Selgros. We also supply restaurants and individual customers. We want our farm to be as open as possible, so we can also deliver products to people, but you can also pick up, collect products yourself. We also invite students to show them our solutions. We also try to raise some publicity in the media because we want to spread awareness. We are now building yet another farm, which will be even more automated with some new types of plants. We will keep doing R&D in this respect. And some time ago, we also launched vertical farms as a product which can be put in offices, at schools, also on an industrial scale. You can see some small micro farms for offices. You can have other farms from sieving to harvesting. And also our technology reduces food waste. Also, we have already managed to sell some of the products. So this is already the practical implementation stage we are in. Now we are implementing a project for a school in Żory. So such a farm will be mounted in the school canteen, and children will be able to see it, and they will learn how these sustainable solutions work. We have also put 20 vertical farms to Orange Polska, to Orange's offices all across the country. So, so much from me. You can see my contact details because we don't have time for Q&A. You can see my contact details in the chat. I will be happy to take your questions via email. Thank you. Thank you. We'll have a lunch break afterwards, and I hope you will stay with us, Matilda, and this will be a good moment to take questions. In the past, people used to grow gardens on their balcony, but, well, you need a flat for that. You need housing to have a garden. So this is precisely what we will talk about now. How to bring together caring for the environment and providing space for housing. So we will be discussing green housing and better urban spaces. So Bartłomiej Kozak from UNEP GRID-Warszawa will chair this debate. And the panelists are Verena Denry, Director for International Affairs from the city of Nancy. She will join us online. And also online, Christian Schad, Head of Communication Marketing from Wiener Wohnen. So let's wait a while for them to connect. And Cecile Chang from FS Immobilier is here with us on site. And Ada Walentek, General Director, NUD Poland. So Bartek, the floor is yours. I hope we will manage to connect with our guests. Looks like the situation, the connection isn't bad. Thank you. So, when we were deciding about the topic of this conference, we wanted to bring more hope to this. Well, whether we had hope before this varied, but you know, a therapeutical process always has its ups and downs. So we wanted to bring together, to merge certain topics related to sustainable development. So we have housing here and how urban spaces are created. It was always a much talked about issue, how whether housing is available and affordable. So it's been a hot topic over the last months. This is largely because of the growing interest rates and the growing rent, among other issues. On the other hand, urban spaces have faced some challenges. There's too much concrete all over the place, and there are, let me say, unusual housing projects which are created in the middle of nowhere without any utilities or infrastructure. Therefore, we would like to talk about a better future, and we would like to talk about how our guests already today are working towards a better future. So first of all, Christian Schandl from Wiener Wohnen, I would like to start with you. You represent Vienna. I remember some time ago there was a exhibition in Vienna about Viennese housing and your approach to housing, and this is a very common example of what you did after World War II, your approach to housing, your project which evolved over the decades. So could you please tell us about it, your hands-on experience about it? I hope you can hear us. For many years, Poland has been struggling with housing issues. So how did Vienna address this problem?
We had an exhibition a few months ago in Krakow too, where we could present a model of affordable housing. The thing is, we have this model now for 100 years. We have two sectors of affordable housing. We have the municipal housing sector on one hand, and on the other hand, the subsidized housing sector. And those two sectors provide 50% of the total housing stock of Vienna. And this housing stock is approximately 50% cheaper than the apartments on the private market. For sure, there are certain allocation criteria you have to fulfill, but the income limits are so high in our system that about 80% of the Viennese population have access to this offer. So it's an offer also. It's not just an offer to the low income people, but also an offer to the middle class. And that's the reason why we have such a huge social mix within our city. And that's one of the secrets of the success.
Dziękuję bardzo za to. Pamiętam tę wystawę.
Thank you. I do remember this exhibition, and it was really impressive. I hope I will be able to get back to this topic. Now a question to you, Cecile. Because, well, you deal with housing construction projects and in general with developing urban spaces broadly understood. So on one hand, this touches upon the quality of life in cities. But as we know, every investment project has a carbon footprint and affects the environment. So how can we address these challenges in practice? So on one hand, we need a certain standard of the quality of life. On the other hand, we have to take care of the environment and climate. We have discussed within the Eco-Miasto project a series of your investment projects globally. So can you give us some positive examples of what I'm talking about?
Everyone, first of all, I'm really happy to be here to represent the private sector, because in lots of conferences like this, we have non-governmental association, governments or local authorities, and it's quite rare to also invite the public, the private sector to speak. And I think it's one of the keys, or I believe it's one of the key also to solve our issues, is to also ask the private sector for solutions, let's say. We don't, we have some solutions to propose. I think the project that you are thinking about is the project of Châtenay-Malabry that we are currently building in the suburb of Paris. We are developing there an eco-neighborhood of 20 hectares. And typically it's a project that we are doing hand in hand with the local municipality. So we created a project team which is both private and public. So we are making decisions together with the local authorities. And in this way we are ensuring that we are all working in the interest of the community. And it's really important to keep in mind that private sector is also able to have in mind the interest of the community. This eco-neighborhood in Châtenay-Malabry, so it's 20 hectares, it's more than 200,000 square meters of built area. And it's about for more than 2,000 flats, including 400 housing, social housing. It also has middle school, primary school, and urban farming. So basically it's a whole new part of cities that we developed, and it was designed by us. To design it, we did not do it all alone. We had the help of philosophers, of sociologists, of R&Ds of universities. And I would say that this is where I think hope lies. It's when we are able to work all together to create those spaces.
To bardzo takie też inspirujące.
It's very inspiring, and I sense that you build not only flats, but whole spaces, whole neighborhoods with different stakeholders on board, where different sectors cooperate, and you also enjoy the support of philosophers. I have to say that it's a very innovative approach to the urban grid. And I would like now to ask you a question, Verena. Because before the conference, we talked a lot about the city of Nancy and your approach to green spaces. In Poland, we discussed the importance of green spaces often, and I think that it's very inspiring to learn how nature and human beings can go hand in hand. So what's the approach of Nancy to green spaces, and how can we approach this in a strategic way?
Yes, good morning. Thank you for giving me the floor. I'm just wondering if the presentation I prepared is being showed now. It's the other one, I think. Another one. Here we are in North Sea. You see our famous square Stanislas, ancient Polish king and last Duke of the Duchy of Lorraine. This is our principal place in North Sea. It's all mineral. And just beside, there is our biggest urban park. And why are we putting an ephemeral garden on our square? I will let you know later. Our preoccupation is how to get people involved, citizens involved in ecological transition, get aware of climate change, and that we all have to fight against it. So we have a special educational outreach that addresses all of our citizens, children and adults. So next slide shows one outreach that is for Tuesdays in our greenhouses. And people can come and learn all about planting. Next one on Wednesday, we do tree farming and show people, the next slides, how to foster trees. Next slide is we invite people to plant fruit trees and we let them know when is the good time to plant them and how to do. And we have a lot of events, next slide, like a celebration of nature in one of our parks. We announce that beforehand, invite people to come and learn all about nature. In Park Pépinière, which is the biggest park in town, same thing. We have farmers from nearby coming and showing how to produce plants and fruit and vegetables. The most important educational outreach is a conference about trees, next slide, where scientific people, researchers come from all over the country and have exchange of best practice experience about trees. And the public is invited to that conference, and part of it is done outside in our park so that the public can come and attend the conference. Next slide shows seeds for citizens. We distribute little bags of seed to our citizens and they can then grow flowers in their own garden or on the balcony and have nature just near or in front of the house. Same thing on the next slide. Where we invite citizens to green the facades. We do that in our city next to the marketplace where a lot of people pass by, and we put little cartels, labels there in order to explain which plant is growing there on these mineral places, as you can see. We have spaces dedicated to animals or insects, and we teach people how to have beehives in our gardens. There is a lot of technical information, advice, so that animals have a good home everywhere. And now I would like to show you several slides showing our ephemeral garden. That is one of the most important educational outreach, the most visible we have, attracting thousands of people every year this is something we've done for almost 20 years by now. We create an ephemeral garden on this mineral place, Stanislas, and it's next to our park. So why do we do that? To raise awareness about the necessity to have nature in our city, and that is the not the carbon footprint but a fingerprint. We always have explanations of what we are doing now, why we need nature, how we can do all together to have more green spaces in our beautiful town, how to do that, and why it is so necessary. And this last picture now is showing you part of the ephemeral garden we have just realized here in Nancy this year, all about fire. And you see our statue of Stanislas, which is our most famous historical link to Poland, ancient Polish king. And he is here. And he's very happy that we do this ephemeral garden because he created our biggest municipal park here in Nancy. So that is more than a symbol. It's a really great thing we have heritage here, and we are on a World Heritage Site in Nancy in this place Stanislas. So a mineral place becomes a garden, and people get aware of the necessity to have greening in the city. Thank you.
Bardzo dziękuję za
Thank you very much for this inspirational and inspiring example. We can see that it is very hopeful. It brings hope. It is very important because on the one hand, Nancy, the city of Nancy shows the relation of Poland and France, and we underline it under our program Eco-City. And on the other hand, you also showed us the participation of local communities. So it is not only a top-down initiative, but also there is a grassroots initiative included here, and this is very close to our heart. Now I'd like to ask Ada Valentek about the context of the municipal spaces. So we are not thinking about housing only here, but about municipal spaces. So from the business perspective and investment perspective, how can we build such spaces? Well, right now, the urban planning concerning this greenery zones is developing very fast. So UNEP GRID-Warszawa also is engaged in creating green zones and cities which are inclusive. Our company, NOD, the company that I represent, advocates for 15-minute city. This theory is promoted in Paris by Professor Carlos Moreno from Sorbonne, and he says that all the basic functions that we need in our vicinity should be within 15-minute walk or 15-minute bicycle ride. So it not only assumes the social character, but as a result, it gives real effects for our climate and environment. Because then we produce less exhaust fumes and we pollute our air to the minimum extent. It also influences positively in relations between the neighbors. So we base our projects on this theory. Of course, there are a lot of other good theories. However, they all have the common denominator stating that the cities should be inclusive, should be green, also blue, which means that we should have free access to water. It also should support building human relations, but it also should serve entertainment And it also should support spending leisure outside doing sports. Now a second round of questions. In the context of the 15-minute city, well, we know that very often theories are good on paper, but when we want to bring it into practice, especially in Poland, then unfortunately, yeah, we are all aware of our drawbacks. We know that we have problems with spatial planning and zoning. When we go to Germany, then we can see that it works differently there. So, for example, the cities are organized in a different way in Germany. They're better organized than in Poland. So, in the context of this 15-minute city, I'd like to ask you about the Polish specific challenges, because for sure you have faced certain challenges as investors. And do you have any idea how we could use our opportunities, how we could deal with our specific Polish challenges? Of course, collaboration on the level of the local authorities and the private sector is very important, but also local community should be engaged, because local community is being more and more aware. These choices relate to their lives, to their money. So the recent project that we have been working on is Janów Park. It's on the south bank of Warsaw. And it is a planned park that will have 2 hectares of surface, and it is addressed to Wilanow's community because they are missing such a space there. So people will be able to get contact with the nature there, but also spend their free time and entertain themselves. According to research that I recently saw on the internet, the issue of being satisfied from living in the city is also related to the accessibility of stores, of entertainment. So it turns out that access to nature is not the only factor that people take into account. They also need to have their needs satisfied. So they have to have access to shops and entertainment centers. Of course, the negative aspect is the cost of maintaining these spaces, the communication and traffic aspects are also problematic here. So we would like to limit moving by cars to the minimum. And we would like to strengthen relations among neighbors. These are all the tasks for the local authorities. I want to brag now a little bit that when we created the park for Wilanów citizens, we implemented a project which was called Neighborhood Talks. So we talked with the citizens. We asked them how they imagined the park, what their vision of the park was. And we took into consideration their motions, their requests, their queries. And we took it into account at the level of preparing the design, and now we can see that it works in practice. And the 15-minute city concept is really something we should strive for. Thank you very much. Another question is as follows. For sure, you communicate with other companies, investment companies, construction companies. So do you see any change in the approach of your partners? Do they already understand that actually we have to change? And do you feel that they are investing more and more in certain practical solutions? Well, I think that we are going in the right direction. And I think that all investors will have to follow this direction. Why? Because sometimes because at one point they will be forced to do that by the market, by the consumer, by the client. And I think that actually it can have a snowball effect. The more aware our citizens are, the more aware our clients are renting out spaces, the better solutions will we devise. We are influencing each other. We are intertwined in it. And I can see that in the immovable property market, the real estate market, this trend is going in the right direction. And now we can also measure all the sustainable development growth. We can measure how the development goals are being implemented. We can receive certain certificates, and everyone wants to get these certificates. So we are influencing each other in a good way. So now we are moving from Wilanów, which is a king's residence, and I would like now to talk to Verena Denry. I'd like to ask you about one specific solution that you wanted to brag about. We had a sneak peek of this solution in the form of the second presentation. And I think that this is also an investment in the Nancy city, which also takes into account the greenery aspect, the role of the greenery in the city, and the community participation. So please, could you tell us now about this concept?
So there will be the second presentation coming up. Sorry. The school gardens, have you got the presentation?
Jeszcze momencik.
Here we are. Thank you so much. I would like to talk about our school yards, because Nancy is preparing its schools for the future. And to do that, we would like to convert all of our schoolyards into gardens within the next 4 years. First of all, we have carried out a diagnosis, and following this, agreed on a program for the transformation of our school grounds over the next period of 2021-25. For the time being, we have already had seen 5 schools benefiting from this policy, and eventually all of our schoolyards will be greened. How did we do that? Alongside with landscapers, we have redesigned the exteriors of the schools. The aim is to reinstate nature in our urban spaces and to renovate our school premises. Why do we do that? We would like to make children and teachers aware of the place of nature in the city. Our challenge is we have to adapt to climate change and improve comfort in hot summer months. I think it was as hot in Nancy as in Poland and other European countries, and comfort in cold winter months without energy and heating. We have to reduce waterproofing in order to relieve the congestion of our networks and to use rainwater to feed plants. And we have to redefine the use of schoolyards as a space of well-being. And the next slide shows a flyer that we gave to all the parents and citizens in order to know more about this project of greening our schoolyards. we would like, and you see all the little words here, we have a water fountain, we have bicycle stowage, we have a water tank underneath the garden, so we can use rainwater, as I said, to feed our plants, and don't need tap water to water our little garden. And you just have to know that this project was co-designed with the kids and the teachers and the parents alike. So everybody agreed on this design and wanted to have more vegetation, less asphalt, more shade in summer, wanted to have vegetable gardens, innovative resurfacing that works against heat. So we tried and integrated all the innovative approaches that we could get. And next slide shows a school before the project, and the next one, the school after the realization of the greening in our schools. So you might see some surface looking like normal asphalt, but that's not the case. It's no longer waterproof surface, but the rain can get through, and we can benefit from the rainwater. And I would like to show just two other schools before and after in order to get the idea of our approach. Here we are in a neighborhood with a lot of citizens on a small space. And now you will discover the schoolyard after the project, and it's more colorful. It's not a nice sunny day, so maybe the colors don't come up, but I can tell you that the children have a lot of green space and can plant their vegetables and benefit from the greening. And the last two slides show the last school I wanted to have you look at. So this is our schoolyard experience, and now the schoolyards are open for some of them to the citizens of the neighborhood, and they can benefit from the shade or from the vegetables. So everybody gets aware about the benefits of adapting to climate change. So thank you for your attention.
Bardzo dziękuję za te przykłady.
Thank you very much for these examples, because, well, you can say that in Poland sometimes regeneration projects are done the other way around. So first we had green areas, now we have pure concrete. So I hope that this project will be inspiring also to Polish designers. Cecile, a question to you, because now we've been discussing housing projects and other projects in the context of the energy crisis, the disrupted supply chains. So energy efficiency and resources efficiency is often discussed in this context. But the problem is that when it comes to a specific project, these issues are disregarded because it's cheaper to disregard them. So how can we move away from this approach? How to persuade people that energy efficiency, that resource efficiency is important, and we shouldn't spare money on these, because in the long run it's gonna pay. So how can you address that in practice?
The past few years, we have learned that what was affordable is not affordable anymore. First, we had the COVID crisis. Then the construction companies were hit by heavy inflation. Now today in Poland, the war in Ukraine is also affecting the material, the fact that there's a lack of material now. So I think that when we speak about affordability, we need to be careful if we're talking about economical affordability or just planetary affordability. I think that now the sobriety of our project is what all designers have in mind. We know that what might sound cheap today might be in 2 years not cheap at all. So when we design projects today, we really have in mind the fact that we have to save material, that the cheapest material is the one that you don't use. So we are really trying hard to, for example, lower the thickness of our slabs, to lower the amount of steel we put in the concrete, and to really have in mind first sobriety. Once we have in mind sobriety, then we can think about energy efficiency and renewable energy. But I think it's really important to have this first step of trying to save on the material first, and then to think about renewable energy. As it was said before, today with the energy crisis, renewable energy or alternative energies appears to be not as expensive as it was 2 years ago, for example. And I think it's a great opportunity, or at least we should take it as an opportunity to be able today to think about new systems, new energetic systems, to think about, I don't know, I know that in Poland geothermy is not developed much, so today could be a great day to start studying those alternative solutions, because we believe that what is not sustainable is not affordable.
No tak, to co nie jest zrównoważone, nie jest opłacalne. Myślę, że to bardzo... I wracamy.
I think that your last words were very important, that what's sustainable is not affordable. This is what we are thinking. Now again, we are moving away from France. We are going to Wien. I have a question to Christian Schantel, because your investments in Vienna have a long-lasting history. You already invested in thousands of apartments, and I know that on the one hand, these investments from the start played a social and cultural roles to integrate the local community, and in the recent years, of course, we also saw the increasing role of sustainable development. So environmental and climatic issues are here on the agenda. So how should we design the housing so that the apartments and the housing investments are good for the planet and for the society?
$450 million in housing purposes. And most of this money is going into constructing new homes. About 255 million we use for building up about 7,000 new apartments year by year. And these new apartments run through a developers competition. And the independent jury chooses the best project, which is offered by the non or limited profit companies who want to develop certain areas. And there are mainly 4 criteria which are important in this developers competition. It's economy, it's ecology, its architecture, and its social sustainability. So these are very important factors we have to take care of, and these are the main criteria where we develop the projects. zero emission standard is an indispensable need nowadays. We have to get away from Russian gas. We have to change our heating systems, and we have to change and we have to insulate the older housing stock to get rid of this energy supply. So these are the main targets of the city of Vienna nowadays.
Świetnie, więc to też nas będzie.
Great, thank you. I hope this also touches upon the dynamics of climate change and dynamics of environmental issues for the next panels, but we still have a time for questions. So if there are any questions, we have 3 minutes to use. So please speak up. Okay, I don't think there are any questions now. Oh yeah, there is one question. Yes, we are hearing that there are problems of the cities. Yes, there are financial problems. We can hear that there are some environmental issues, but I cannot see the human factor here. Before the conference, I watched a movie, and I saw beautiful terrains, beautiful nature, but no human was there. So it's either the environment or the human. I would like to see the human in this beautiful green city. And I'm worried that there are no people shown there. So is it actually the fact that we can have either green nature or green cities or cities with humans? Well, in DDR in Germany in the past, the most important issue and a very hot problem was the fact that there were a lot of empty blocks of flats. People didn't want to live in blocks of flats, and in Poland we are still building blocks of flats, and I would really love to see a human being living in a green city.
Ma jakieś.
Thank you very much for this commentary. Is there any other question? Yes, there is one. I wanted to ask a question in the context of different activities concerning activization of people. We could see certain examples from the Nancy city. Was it difficult to encourage the local community to participate? Because the results look great. And I'm really interested in how much effort you had to make in order to encourage the people to participate in those projects. Thank you very much. One more intervention. I can't see any questions. So I think I know who was the addressee of this question, but maybe somebody would like to comment on the philosophical aspect of the presence of the human in a green city.
In 2050, 70% of the world population will be living in cities. So we know that the growth of population, of urban population, will come very fast, and it's true that the issue of the green cities is major because we know people will be living there. So we put people at the center of our interest. We build cities for the people and for the community, and I think it's particularly true in Poland that people are really attached to nature, and to see greenery in the city is something that is really important for them. But personally, I am sure that the cities will be full of people, and our job is to make those cities livable.
To teraz szybkie.
A very quick question to Verena. Was it easy to engage communities in your projects, into these green projects? What were the challenges and how did you deal with them?
Halo, nie słyszymy.
We can't hear you. You're on mute.
Sorry, yeah, my mic was off as I got so top. Actually, I'm not sure I got the question. It wasn't loud enough. Could you just repeat? I'm so sorry.
To pytanie do pani o to, czy było łatwo.
So the question is whether it was easy or difficult to encourage people, the local community, to engage in your green projects, and what were the challenges concerning the engagement of local communities and how you dealt with those challenges?
Actually, we want everybody to get involved in ecological transition and fight against climate change. What are we doing in North Sea? We have a local COP, like the COP 26, COP 20 in Glasgow, COP 27. We have a local COP and we get everybody involved in public meetings. We have a climate campus where we invite students to give us good ideas, advice, and so everybody has the opportunity to get involved either via a platform where you can give your ideas or in public meetings. So this is a common dynamic, a citizens' dynamic, and everybody wants to do something either in the garden or to do to save economy, energy, etc. So everybody gets involved, and there is a common awareness now. So it's rather easy for us to go forward.
No, to dobrze słyszeć, że partycypacja.
It's great to hear that your social participation is huge and that it is easy for you. I hope that it is the case also in Poland, because it would be really great and it would be really great before we end our panel to hear from other panelists. Ada Valentek, what are your conclusions after this panel? What will we see in the future when it comes to sustainable development of cities? Well, actually, we have already started certain projects, several projects. We also put human being in the center of our interests. So we are starting from the human needs, from the human relations. When starting a project, first we do research. We consult it with local community. We want to create a space in the city where they would like to live. Of course, we are not directly engaged in housing construction, but we do create designs that are there to provide all other amenities for the people. Thank you very much. One more question to Christian Chantal. You already have your experiences that you talked about. And now there is a question. What are your conclusions from the housing investments that you have implemented? What would you like to share with the Polish local authorities? How should we start in order to satisfy the needs, the housing needs on the level of the local level?
Well, we have a very long history in affordable housing, so the starting situation in our countries, I think, are completely different. But nevertheless, from our experience, it needs certain things which have to be implemented. It needs a legal framework to build up affordable housing. We have, for instance, implemented an affordable building code a few years ago because of the financialization of the housing market. And nowadays, the city of Vienna has the possibility to dedicate certain areas just for affordable housing purposes. So a legal framework is important. It needs money. We invest, as mentioned, about 450 million euros per year. And at last but not least, it needs land. And that's the reason why we constantly buy land for affordable housing purposes. Right now, we have land reserves up to an extent of 3.2 million square meters just for housing purposes, which gives you a good, which brings us in a good position, because land prices nowadays are so extremely expensive that with under those conditions you couldn't build up affordable homes nowadays. But we have those land reserves, and that's the reason why we can still build up those affordable homes.
Świetnie, bardzo dziękuję.
Great. Thank you very much for your input. Let me thank all the panelists for sharing your experience. Also, thank you for allowing us to hold this debate. We had some stress because of the technical side of it, but fortunately everything has gone well, and I hope that we have managed to bring hope to this type of uncertainty, this time of uncertainty a bit.
Bye.
Bye. Thank you.
Dziękuję bardzo.
Thank you for this debate. It's been very interesting. You've said that there is a gap between the needs of people and the investment projects and the lack of the human being at the very center. This also often is due to the lack of education. So let me now invite Elżbieta Włoszyńska-Wiśniewska from UNEP GRID-Warszawa Center. She's in charge of education, and she will speak about spreading awareness and how to merge practice with theory. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, this conference is about cities. So we are discussing challenges that are ahead of Polish towns and cities, and about the vision for these towns and cities. And also we draw inspiration from other solutions that are already in place, implemented by various local governments. But we also speak about solutions in the phase of research developed by R&D centers or business organizations. But education is always in the background. Or I would say it's not the background, it's the umbrella for all the talks we've been holding today. In UNEP GRID-Warszawa, we believe that education awareness is crucial to any mitigation and adaptive steps and actions. Because on the one hand, we spread awareness about the challenges cities have to face. Thanks to education, the inhabitants know what you have to deal with, you people in charge of the city, you have to deal with on an everyday basis. And on the other hand, it builds the social approval of certain of the solutions, because sometimes this is a very controversial issue. Also, people need to get out of their comfort zone, because sometimes it involves certain limitations, a change to their approach or mindset. So thanks to education, it's easier for the inhabitants to deal with certain challenges. And the world is changing, we know that. Therefore, the approach to education should also evolve. I started working for UNEP GRID 15 years ago, and back then, climate change was mentioned sometimes by experts, scientists. This was a topic of secondary importance. It has changed now, we know that. And back then, field lessons with GPS was the most innovative form of education you could have thought about. And where are we today? Well, the world has changed, the circumstances have changed, and we should also adapt to that. The reality today is very complex. Sometimes we describe this as VUCA, VUCA, which stands for volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. So what does it actually mean? It means that it's ever harder to predict the future. I think that in the past, no one would expect the pandemic and online meetings because of that. No one would expect the war in Ukraine. This leads to uncertainty, to anxiety. Changes are faster than ever, and they are global. They affect the business context, the business situation, so the social situation, the economic situation. All this is very complex. This is also due to the amount of information we are overloaded with. We often speak about big data, which is a lot of data, very versatile data, which is too much for us to process. As a consequence, the world, which was easy to understand in the past, is often a mystery to us. And there are things we fail to comprehend. So the world has become ambiguous. Sometimes our past experience becomes irrelevant, becomes useless. But usually people plan their future based on their previous experience. So if a solution worked in the past, it should work now. But today, it's not true anymore. If something worked in the past, it might not in the future. So complexity, ambiguity, uncertainty, these are the circumstances where this is where we are today. Also, now we know more about ourselves and how we learn. So a few years ago, we didn't know as much about how our brain works and how we acquire information. So the world is evolving, but our knowledge is evolving as well. The knowledge about human beings, about ourselves, one of the pillars of the world we are talking about. So how should education look like, especially if education is to target young people? Because for us, this is a very important target group for UNEP GRID. How to plan education activities not to get lost in this modern world. So there are a few basic pillars I could mention. So what are the main takeaways from our experience? First of all, motivation and commitment. So we are part of the community we want to shape, and human beings are at the center of it. So if we want to engage young people in the future of cities, it's important to motivate and to be committed. So also learning through emotion. So it's easier to learn if you're interested in something. So people learn by practical experience. If lessons are cancelled because the school cannot afford heating, or during summer lessons are cancelled because it's too hot in the rooms. So these examples are a good starting point to talk with teenagers on what the city should look like, all the practical experience, the fact that they are stuck in a traffic jam on a crowded bus. Some years ago, I visited schools in Norway. So these weren't lessons with a preset subject, but teachers used current events as a starting point because this was motivating and interesting for teenagers. Also, children need a space to be able to work in. We've seen the examples from the schools turned into green spaces. Well, I wanted to ask, did you involve school children and the local community in the works? The teachers, the experts, local government, did they also take part in designing and planning this space? Young people want to be able to make a difference. We can see the climate strike. You can see clearly from this example that they want to be part of this community. It's been said today that investment projects span years. This means precisely that we are building now a city for our children, so we need to listen to them. They want to be part of the community. They want to be engaged and committed, and therefore schools should be open according to the open schooling approach. It should be an open space, not that you close school's door at 3 p.m. It should be a space open for debate. It should be also a place where you can experiment, where young people can check out their knowledge in practice. And speaking about knowledge, we often say that children are taught too much theoretical information. But according to our latest research, teenagers still lack knowledge on climate change, on the environment. This might be shocking to you, but according to research, people who take part in the climate strike often don't know why they are there and what for. They want to get involved, but they need knowledge to do it in a more informed way so that they understand the mechanisms behind all the climate change. And this is precisely why fake news is so successful. Because if you lack knowledge, you believe fake news, you trust it. You trust it because someone famous posted it and that's it. So it's also important not to disregard knowledge and theoretical information. Also, we need tools. We need authentic tools. So young people need to use tools that are also used by experts, by city designers, and also teamwork. Design thinking is also a useful method for young people. These are the tools used by experts. Why not? We want to prepare young people for future work.
Działania, danie tej przestrzeni do działania.
So motivating for action and encouraging people to use tools that are close to their heart. 4 points. Well, the plan seems easy, but actually our world is not just simple. It's complex and we need to be flexible in order to address modern issues. 4 years ago, we had an idea. If we are inviting the young people to show us their vision of the city, then maybe let's use Minecraft application. Maybe you know this application if you have children. Young people love this application. So, okay, that's fine. That's great. Let them show their vision of the city in this game. But the problem was that we, the adults, were not savvy in this game. Actually, I knew that there is certain application called Minecraft because I have children, but that's all. So we spend many hours together with our team members on playing, on testing. And when we first met up the youth, then it turned out that we received a lot of questions we were not able to answer. But what was important, we learned about the application, we learned how to use it and how we could use it with young people so that they can also show us their vision of the cities. And the fact is that in certain parts of the Praga Północ district in Warsaw, we can see certain elements that were designed by the young people. We derive inspiration from what is going on right now. So unfortunately also we are inspired with fake news because this is what the world lives on a daily basis. But we also invite scientists, we invite people who can influence the young. We are part of GLOB program. We cooperate with Cosmic Agency of the USA, and it was Space Agency, and it actually seems that this program is out of this world, but it's really inspirational. We look up to the organizations that function in the West. There are experts there who can translate the difficult scientific language into plain language that can be understood by young people, and this is absolutely great and amazing. What else? We never stop ourselves at the moment we pass on knowledge. We also encourage the young people to use this knowledge, to put it into action, to change the vicinity. Examples? Well, we have Fulham program where we promote open schooling idea, and under this project, for example, the rain garden was established in Poznań, or another project was realized, implemented in Opoczno. It was all done by the youth themselves. So we gave the young people the knowledge, but we also gave them the field for action. They could put their knowledge into practice under the careful eye of their mentors. Well, of course, we know that if soft project is easy to implement, then the hard project is difficult because we need investment and hard work to do it. But we also understand that this is the good direction. We can see that the young people react very well to this kind of programs. They get involved, they enjoy the space they can use, and they enjoy the fact that they can use the tools that are close to their hearts, that they understand. So we deeply believe that these projects are good, but we are also open to the new, because this world changes so fast we never know what comes next. Thank you very much. Thank you. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the last panel before the break, a very important issue. We will talk about how we can protect air and climate in city. And our guests are Andrzej Kemra, public affairs and electromobility expert in Renault Polska. Please once again leave the first chair for me. Michał Guć, Vice President of the City of Gdynia for Innovation. Are you here with us, Mr. Guć? Dorota Zawadzka-Stępniak, Director of the Bureau of Air Protection and Climate Policy in the Warsaw City Hall. Beata Jędrzejewska-Kozłowska, Director of the Department of Energy and Climate in the Lublin City Hall. And Sylwia Słomiak, Advisor on Sustainable Urban Development. Please come to the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, this topic is under heated debate because we have heard that smog this year will be significant, and it is very serious, very grievous issues because the urban infrastructure generates lots of emissions. 38% generated by building, and transport generates 25%, around 25% of greenhouse emissions. So this is what we feel when the climate already gets hotter. But actually, we feel air pollution right now, here and now. So my question is, aren't you afraid that in the situation we have right now, we will breathe with much more polluted air, because right now people will burn anything they find in their homes. So I would like to start with Ms. Dorota Zawadzka-Stępniak. What can we expect in Warsaw in the winter? First of all, thank you very much for this question. I think nobody has doubts anymore that our air will be of much lower quality this winter. First of all, because in the public domain we can hear that actually we are allowed right now, or even encouraged, to use fossil fuels, to use coal, but also other sources of energy. Yes, and we will get subventions for that. Yeah, that's right. I'm going to mention it in a moment. So we are allowed to use fossil fuels, and actually, in accordance with the green policy of the European Union, we should give up those sources of energy. So, ladies and gentlemen, I have no doubt the air quality in Poland will be worse this year, also due to the fact that we are actually receiving subventions already for a month now. There is this carbon subvention, coal subvention. This is a subvention for the citizens who use coal as the main source of heat. Ladies and gentlemen, I think that this is a very short-term approach. And I think this will lead to a situation where the process that we have been fighting for years, because Warsaw since 6 years has been paying for the replacement of boilers, and we spent more than 57 million zlotys. We liquidated a lot of boilers that burnt coal. But actually, ladies and gentlemen, it is not strange that at the moment the idea of subventions for coal burning appeared. The number of requests has been low. So on the one hand, there are these subventions. On the other hand, starting from January, actually these boilers will be banned, and the activities concerning the subventions are contradictory. So it's completely illogical. It's very confusing. In a moment, we will also provide subventions for biomass, for oil and LPG, actually, so natural gas. So instead of focusing on renewable energy development, on thermal efficiency of buildings, energy performance of building, we are doing something totally contradictory. I can see that Mr. Michał Guć also wants to say something. I'm very interested in what you have to say, because I come from Gdynia. I live in Warsaw right now, but I come from Gdynia and I visit my parents very often. So what do you think? Why we have this situation right now in Poland? I wanted to add something. the state, maybe it's the government, maybe it's the local authority, I don't want to go into that, but for years we have encouraged the people that we have to switch into ecological heat sources. We started with the replacement of the coal burning boilers into gas burning boilers. Of course, our activities were not consistent from the start, but right now, just the state says, hey, you are losers. Right now, I do understand the logic of politics, but maybe it should be planned the other way around. So maybe let's now first provide subventions to other energy sources. We should do it more gradually, more carefully. Of course, we have to help Poles survive the winter, but we are doing so illogical campaigns. We are taking illogical actions. So there were people who understood right away that it was important for the climate and for the ecology to replace the boilers, and now they just got a slap in the face. And the other thing is what happened in Krakow. So, stepping aside from the boilers and stating that the limitations that were introduced in the city where the situation is not easy, right now these laws are postponed. So again, they are allowing for negative activities detrimental to the climate and ecology. So we'll see how many more thousands of people will have to die of lung cancer. Yeah, so on the one hand, the citizens are the ones who suffer most from air pollution, and on the other hand, they are very slowly realizing that, and they are striking against switching to ecological sources of energy. So now another question is, what can the city do in order to engage the population and the local community in good ecological, pro-ecological solutions, and to the local community to help the city implement the green policy? Well, when it comes to the replacement of coal burning boilers into other fuels, and I must say that we haven't experienced certain strikes. So we have 50% of subventions for boiler replacements. So these boilers have to be of a special type, and we started this in 2013. And these boilers cannot be burning solid fuels. But I have not seen any protests on the part of our local community. So I think that really our local community already did a lot for improving air quality. On the 8th of September, we saw the new indicator of the air quality. And our indicator is improving every year. So 4 cities in Poland, 4 agglomerations actually exceed this indicator, exceed this ratio, but our city does not. And I'm really interested in what the situation will look in the winter. On the one hand, people have been more and more aware, and on the other hand, now people are allowed to burn solid fuels. Another issue is that each and every city is obliged to indicate the location of publicly available charging stations. And actually, on the one hand, it was supposed to serve the climate, and on the other hand, we are taking away parking spaces from our communities. I wanted to add something. It's not about the protesting among the communities. What I wanted to say is that people stopped taking this decision in February when the conflict in Ukraine started. And they still haven't taken the decision because they don't know what other decisions will be taken, what other subventions, what other financial support will be decided. So it's very unsettling for me that there is this trend that instead of taking action, instead of replacing the boilers and switching to more ecological solutions, they are just not taking the decision. But still, I am proud as a Warsaw citizen that despite the fact that this program is not being implemented as intensively as in the last years due to the problems that I referred to, people are interested in renewable energy sources program. So people are investing in heat pumps on a massive scale. And actually, we have to wait for several months for the installation. We also are granting subvention for heat pumps. And the people actually who buy heat pumps, they are also being charged with an allegation that they are wasting energy. Yeah, well, we are actually building heat pumps together with photovoltaics as a intertwined solution. And Sylwia Słomiak, now the question to you. Why are local authorities taking only limited action when it comes to improving air quality? What are the barriers? What is limiting your actions? Well, local communities are withholding their decisions, but also we have around 3,000 local authorities who are not able to take these decisions either. So even if they want to take action, they don't have the capabilities, the resources to act. What is important, why these actions are so slow, is the fact that we are already used to subventions. It's good that we are beneficiary of a lot of subventions, but on the other hand, we got really addicted to them. We are dependent on them. So when we are not sure what types of subvention we will get, then we are unable to take decisions. Still, we believe that local authorities who use subventions use the public finances in a best way, because these projects are actually the cheapest then. And people appreciate of such management of the budget. But what does it mean in practice? When the subventions are withheld, then the local authorities withhold their decisions. And the projects are not being implemented, the actions are not being taken. And we can see that over the last few years, we had fewer projects because we were waiting for this decision concerning the subventions, and we don't know what the situation will be in the end. And when I ask them, what about the projects? Because you were supposed to implement projects, they are saying, well, we are waiting for the information concerning the subventions. So, and as of the first of this year, the rules of cooperating with ESCO companies have changed. And actually, those projects are not included in the debt of the city, but still people believe that this is a version of PPP. And on the one hand, local authorities are afraid of that, but on the other hand, they are not being supported from the central government. They are not getting advisory support. And they believe that they will not be able to implement more projects in a shorter time, so they are afraid of taking action. And on the other hand, there are also certain communities who are not aware how the subventions are being acquired, and they only expect the local communities, local authorities to acquire such subventions. Of course, transparency is here very important. We have to show the community that our decisions will bring yield in the years to come. So we haven't seen the examples of these actions, we haven't seen the results, because people believe that sooner or later we will receive subventions. But actually we already know that we will get less and less subventions. And the subventions, the money that we will get, then in the future, they will be granted in a different form. So it will not be a subvention, but actually a loan. But local authorities are not aware of that yet. Yes, you're right. So we had this project concerning thermal renovation of buildings, and it went really fast, and people expect that we will implement other projects as fast now as we did in the past.
So we're discussing the energy efficiency of buildings, but let's go back to transport. We had subsidies for electric cars, but people in general are reluctant to electric cars or any preferential conditions for them. Andrzej Gemra, you represent Renault Polska. You're a specialist in electromobility. What can we do to promote electromobility and the share of green electric transport in cities? Because this involves, this is linked to the air quality. Yes, you have mentioned it already. This is the second largest source of pollution in cities. So, and cities keep growing. And people in cities need to commute, need to be mobile. Also, goods need to be mobile because they need to be delivered. We need to realize that a lot of cities cross a lot of cars cross our cities every day. In 2016, back there already over 1 million cars entered and left Warsaw, and these cars leave a footprint. So this is the fumes, CO2, and also nitrogen dioxide, which is extremely dangerous to your health. As a consequence, we all bear the cost of this pollution. Added to that is the noise. So what can we do together within the PPP? Well, unfortunately, we should bring down the number of cars entering our cities. What tools can local governments resort to? The automotive industry advocates the so-called transport-free zones, or zones with students with fewer transport, because in Warsaw now we have areas where it is allowed to go at 70 kilometers per hour, but you can check it because the actual speed of cars is much higher. You can also raise parking fees, but as you've said, there is a shortage of parking space. This means that each car needs about 10 square of space, 10 squares of asphalt or concrete. And we don't want more concrete in cities, so we shouldn't be letting cars into cities. But as I've said, we need to be mobile at the same time. But mobility should be provided by public transport, zero emissions transport, and compared to Europe, we can really be proud of our bus transport, our zero emissions buses. We have quite a lot of them in many cities. And as I've read, there will be more and more green buses in cities. So green public transport is the solution. To improve air quality. Of course, because of the weather in autumn and in winter, the quality of air is the worst in these months. Now we have problems with fuel, with quality fuel for our household boilers. And also green transport, public transport should be an integrated solution. If we want to be mobile, we would welcome a single ticket that would work in many different means of transport. Subway in Warsaw, trams, trains, buses, so that you can have a single ticket for the whole city. We also promote electric cars. We've been doing this for 10 years now. We are a pioneer. We have sold the largest number of electronic cars in Europe. We also want to promote shared transport or carpooling. You often travel from point A to B. So maybe shared means of transport can be a solution. This would bring down the number of cars driving across the city. Also, importantly, they need to be zero-emission cars. Otherwise, we will have too much parking space, too much concrete surfaces, and we should dedicate these areas to cultural activity, not cars. Well, the topic of parking space is a very controversial issue. And there is an example from Gdynia from a few years ago, which shows that there is a long way to go. So one of the neighborhoods in Gdynia was regenerated, and there was the process of public consultations with the local neighbors on how to rebuild the local streets. So the idea of the inhabitants was to cut down all the trees and make parking space over there. So this shows you the level of awareness of inhabitants today. Because people want to own a car and be able to drive everywhere to the local corner shop. And it's very, very difficult to limit that. So we've talked about bringing down the number of parking lots, not to attract more cars to the center. Because if people know that there is no parking space in the city center, maybe they will choose public transport. Or increasing parking fees. People don't see it as a way to address climate change. We, local governments, are often told that we do it only to get more money from people, and we lose election because of that. And this shows that education is extremely important in this context. This is the basic problem. I think that still most people, both in big cities and small towns, fail to grasp what challenges we have ahead of us. And they don't understand that we can only address these challenges together by joining forces. It's not only about replacing diesel buses with green buses. Now 30% of Gdynia's transport is carbon neutral, because Gdynia never gave up on trolley buses and kept growing the grid. So we now have even new trolley buses. So there is a we have a high share of green transport, but people have to use it. And in order to do it, they have to understand why it's important. We can encourage them, we can increase the parking fees, but the problem is that if people don't understand the reason behind it, they will be disappointed with their local government and they will keep using their cars, although they will have to pay more for parking. And cars are the second largest CO2 issuer. So I think that education is crucial here. So let me add a point to carpooling. Sometimes people tend to think that this needs an iPhone app and you have to meet foreign people, but there is a good example from Germany that one of the schools developed an app for parents from this school. So people who know each other through an app, now they can arrange among themselves who is taking the children tomorrow to school. So they know each other, it's safe, they live more or less in the same neighborhood and they have all the same destination. So sometimes it's easy to implement. I think that this is precisely what we shouldn't do. We shouldn't tell them to share a car to drive children to school together. We should focus on something else. In Gdynia, we promote cycling to school or walking to school. This is what we should focus on. Of course, it's nice if you bring down the number of cars, but if you want to make a real difference, we have to change the habits completely. And really, children can walk to school. Even small children can walk with parents. It's also good for family bonding. Yes, but this is the perspective of big cities where you have roads, you have infrastructure, you have public transport, you have bike lanes, and people have bikes. But unfortunately, in Poland, there are many smaller towns. So let's think about them. Towns where you have to have a car to get to places. And I do agree that you should be able to use public transport, but sometimes you simply can't because this involves a lot of expense. So maybe this is a good solution for smaller towns. I can see that it's a hot topic. Well, public transportation. Take Germany this year. In one of the cities, a ticket, €9 ticket was introduced. This is a ticket that can be used in all cities and towns. And as a consequence, this reduced the number of cars on streets across the whole country. Sylvia, you've mentioned local governments, but local governments can develop the infrastructure needed. And also, adding a point to what Andrzej and Michał have said, well, green spaces and too much concrete and asphalt in cities. Because you've said that parking spaces are made of asphalt. And also, thirdly, we need green spaces to improve air quality. So why, despite all of these, many cities keep covering a lot of space with concrete and asphalt? Is it because they want to get votes? Well, let me highlight that we have the citizens' budget, which is a very important element to us. And in this budget for this year and for the next year, we have, well, most of the investment projects are about green infrastructure or climate change adaptation, and also building the resilience of the cities to changes that are already irreversible. But it's also about building bike lanes and bike infrastructure. So I wouldn't say that we are building more and more concrete spaces, but because I can see many projects that are completely different. And also in Warsaw, in a few neighborhoods, concrete is being removed from certain premises, and these are usually initiatives by inhabitants, by citizens. So this is also about climate change adaptation.
Budżetu obywatelskiego.
A few days ago, I announced the results of the citizen budget in Gdynia. And we also initiated a program of citizen budget, especially devoted to climate-related projects. But what surprised me was the 9th edition of the citizen budget program in Gdynia. And I saw that the profile of the projects that are being chosen by the citizens has changed. A few years ago, we saw playgrounds, we saw outdoor gyms, etc. And this year, in each and every district of Gdynia, we could see the greenery projects winning the program. It was really shocking in a positive way. So it shows us that the citizens already approach their city differently. Of course, there were some other projects as well, but the way moved to comes to too much concrete. When we experienced unfortunate revitalization of urban space, where we saw too much concrete and people were happy that, wow, this is how the European city looks like. But now, every person who got used to a nice view out of the window and sees that the plot of land right next to him has been bought, and now they are unhappy that there will be too much concrete in their vicinity. On the other hand, we are living in a city. City is developing, and people need new houses, so buildings will be built. So neighbors will always nag about it. They will be always unhappy because there is this phenomenon of names. So not in my backyard. People don't want to have any investments in their backyard. They want the city to grow, but not next to them. Around 1.5 years ago, a team has been appointed in our city that reviews each and every building project in the context of climate and ecology. So they are looking if there is any greenery possibility in this project, if any greenery can be added to such project, or maybe there is already greenery included in the project. So each and every project, each and every design and investment has to undergo this review, and we apply best practices to these reviews. Another thing is cooperation with private sector. For example, the Association of Developers also are approached by us. We ask them to introduce ecological solutions. And they're very attractive for citizens as well, because, for example, when there is heat pump installed in a given housing area, then the buyers are happy. They will buy such an apartment even more willingly. Now we have the last 9 or 10 minutes, so this is the last chance to ask a question. Are there any questions to our panelists? I must say I am fascinated because we have photovoltaics and we have heat pumps. What percentage of schools in the cities have those installations? Because you were talking about education, and best education for the young person is when that young person would see such a panel and such a heat pump and a manual instruction showing him or her how this is used and how this works. For example, when it's too hot at school, we can turn on air conditioning. If it's too cold, then we can pump up the heat. So what is the percentage of schools that have those solutions installed? In the context of photovoltaic panels, I must say that we have the program of urban photovoltaics in Warsaw. So all the public buildings, including schools, by 2030 will be equipped with photovoltaic panels. Right now, 120 buildings already have photovoltaic panels installed. I cannot say what percentage it is of the total number of buildings, but by 2030, all public buildings will have photovoltaics installed. Of course, whenever it is reasoned, we try to combine it with heat pumps. Of course, I mean heat pumps that produce energy and heat. But in this respect, we are just starting our journey, I must admit. I really like your voice, sir. I really like what you have said, that this is the young people who need to see these solutions, that they need to understand how it all works. So in Gdynia, of course, every new building has such solutions, and every building which has been renovated recently has been equipped with renewable energy sources solutions. So actually this energy is cheaper. We don't have to plan it on the span of 8 years, so by 2030. But there is also the director for energy in Gdynia here with us, and she is responsible for the project of energy rangers at schools. This project engages students in reducing energy consumption at schools. This is very important. This program will be held for many years, and we will see results after certain years. But this has great educational value. It is very important to include young people to such soft programs so that they understand why we should consume less energy, so that they can live in a rather normal world in the future. Because whatever they learn at school, they then bring back home. So when we work on our youth today, we will have better adults tomorrow. When it comes to photovoltaics in Warsaw, the fact is that photovoltaics will develop in Warsaw in the buildings. Also, photovoltaics can be used in the cars. I'm speaking here not only of photovoltaics, but also I want to touch upon other renewable energy sources. So, for example, wind parks. In Wilanów, we have wind park, and the electricity is for free whenever it is windy. And it also serves the citizens to move around the city using the renewable energy sources. So the last question. We are talking about different solutions, different approaches, different attitudes. Some people submit their projects in a citizen budget that are great for the climate. Some people strike against the fact that they don't have enough parking spots in the city. So what do you think? How we can limit greenhouse emissions in the future, how our cities can be greener in practice. What do you think? How does cities will look in the future? Ms. Beata Andrzejewska-Kozłowska. I asked my acquaintances before this conference. These are all educated people between 25 and 30 years of age. So was it a focal group? Well, actually, I just asked my acquaintances, what does it mean for you that the city is a good city, a city that brings you joy? So they said that they want to breathe with clean air. They want to have a lot of trees so that they can seek refuge there in hot weather. And they would like to see more squirrels in the city so that they can count squirrels in the park and not cars on the streets. And they would like to walk on the sidewalks easily to the stores, and they would also like to be safe on the roads when they cross the street. And these are actual utterances of the young people. So, ladies and gentlemen, local authorities, representatives work on creating cities that are really appealing to the young people. If the cities are greener, then we will be happier, we will be healthier. When it comes to public transport, we started investing in 93. There we had trolley buses, and now we don't have the trolley buses, but we do have electrical buses, and actually it is not that expensive. Now it costs 1 zloty per 1 kilowatt hour. So buses which use diesel are actually more costly to maintain. We don't have any we do not exceed any levels of nitrogen oxides. We build bicycle lanes. We have more than 180 kilometers of biking lanes. And I can see that everyone wants to say something, so just please one sentence a person. I wanted to say that it's very important to me that we do not leave this conference with we believe that Poland is built of big cities only, because we are talking about the problems on the level of the whole country, but we are talking about cities which are quite big, which have better opportunities, which are members of Eurocities network, etc. And actually, smaller towns, smaller cities have a totally different perspective. We talked about Lublin, and that's great, but I also talked to representatives of the city, which has 35,000 citizens, and their priority is to have McDonald's there. This is their priority because they want to be like a big city in Poland, which has McDonald's. So citizens actually of smaller towns will move in the future to larger cities because it is more attractive for them to live there. But actually then the smaller towns will lose their opportunity to grow. So I just wanted to remind you that the expectations of people in smaller cities are different. They expect their market square to be clean and full of concrete because they believe that this is the prosperity. This is how prosperity looks. And also they are only basing their investments on European subventions, European Union subventions. And actually, European Union shouldn't grant subventions to any non-ecological solutions, but they still are. And also, small and medium and larger cities should be encouraged to have adaptation solutions, but actually the small cities are not required to do so, and they should be. That is why we should also always remember that Poland is not only built of large cities. We should remember about the smaller towns as well. So we have to educate the citizens of smaller cities. For me, a city of future is a city that is self-sufficient in terms of energy. So the activities that we take in large cities, but I hope that in the future these solutions will be replicated in smaller towns. These are activities concerning the improvement of energy performance of building, the solutions concerning renewable energy sources, etc. Secondly, I have no doubt that cities should invest in greenery. And the last ratio is that we should have at least 60% of greenery in cities, and it gives us better adaptation capabilities for the future.
O którym dzisiaj
Thirdly, something we have touched upon today, namely the engagement of society in the decision-making process. Speaking about the cities of the future, I think that I can only dream of a situation where inhabitants or a chosen group representing the inhabitants can take part in such a process. As we did with the climate panel, well, the inhabitants chose 49 recommendations which are now being implemented in the city and which also work towards climate neutrality. In Gdynia, we had the Gdynia Dialogue on Climate, but it was a similar panel. This is our experience. It included about 50 recommendations. They were also adopted. But we also checked them against their effectiveness for climate change. So it actually not all the preferences of the inhabitants are effective to reduce CO2, for instance, because actually their effect on the CO2 emissions was quite low. So of course I'm a great fan of involving the inhabitants in the decision-making process. Last year we launched the campaign which was about planting trees. So now the inhabitants through an app can show us the location where they want trees, and this is where we plant trees. So children, young people suggest a location, and then they can they have the sense of that they can make a difference. But we need to strike a balance here between empowering inhabitants and letting the experts to decide so that it's effective. And also I think that we have to highlight the 15-minute cities. So the time of commute. Zoning plans. If we decide that the ground floors of buildings have to be dedicated to services, this will happen because we know that housing developers would want to turn them into flats to make us money on it. But we need to foster it. Also, we need to foster a 15-minute city, whether it's a small city, a small town, or large cities, but without Mag Drive, please. So the city of the future, hopefully that the inhabitants approve of everything what we've said, what we've mentioned, and also a city with climate neutral transportation means where you can get wherever you want on public transport or a shared transport. Where we dedicate the minimum amount of space available to cars, and we have a lot of green spaces and spaces that are friendly with the environment. Thank you, Sylwia Słomak, Beata Andrzejewska-Kosowska, Dorota Zawadzka-Stępniak, Michał Guć, and Andrzej Gemra were our guests. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we've been talking about the awareness of people. But before we finish, let's listen for a while to representatives of business. Przemysław Przybylski, the speaker, the spokesperson of Crédit Agricole, was supposed to deliver a speech. I hope he's here with us. He's not. Okay, so unfortunately we won't be able to listen to Przemysław. Maybe we have a chance to talk to him later. So, Monika Szewczyk from UNEP GRID-Warszawa, are you with us? Yes, you are. That's great. So I will give you the floor. Monika will speak about the value of nature in cities and also price estimates of systemic services, of ecosystem services. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Let's wait for the presentation. Okay, so the topic of my speech is From Tree to Cities. So I hope that this slogan will be food for thought to you, to rethink the place of trees in cities. It's also the title of our project by UNEP GRID, where we work together with Veolia and the cities of Rzeszów, Lidzbark, Warmiński and Miasteczko Śląskie. I only have 10 minutes. I was supposed to speak about the benefits of trees, but I don't have time to discuss this. I assume that it's pretty much obvious to you. There are many benefits trees give us, but let me only highlight 3 of them. Improving air quality, regulating the local climate, and also minimizing the negative effects of downpours. And these 3 fit in very well with the needs of cities. So the main challenges for cities are low emissions and MWC, downpours, and air pollution. MWC stands for heat islands in cities. A lot has been said here about technological solutions today. And of course, they are very good for us to handle climate challenges. But if it's cold in the winter and you want to go outside, you put on warm clothes. And actually, plants and green spaces can play the same role in cities. Is this important? Well, look at the health of people in cities. 20% of people in the EU live in areas where air pollution exceeds air quality standards, and also this has an effect on the death rate. It is estimated that in the whole Europe, about 500,000 people die a year because of air quality issues. And in Poland, about 10% of this figure. And this is sad news. It's sad because you can have a look at reports from previous years. In other countries in Europe, this number is going down, but unfortunately in Poland it's been going up. Why? Take the figures of the WHO. 36 of the most polluted cities in Europe, unfortunately, are located in Poland. Trees are not only related to the environment, it's also related to some intangible matters, which is difficult to measure. It has a good effect on our mental health, and also there are some good positive sides for society. In Japan and Canada, physicians already prescribe you to go for a walk. In Sweden, a walk is considered a form of medical treatment as well. In Poland, we're not still there. But in cities where we don't have forests, we can have trees in the neighborhood nearby. They can play the same role and still have a good effect on us. Plants have a good effect on our health, on stress, on cardiovascular diseases. Also, it turns out, according to research, that the more time we spend in close to plants, we are more generous, we feel better. And communities that live in green areas have stronger bonds, community bonds, and also statistically the crime rate is lower in such communities. So the question is whether we are able to tap into all these benefits. But the answer is ambiguous, I'm afraid. The whole Europe struggles with access to green areas. About 57% of people can easily access green spaces. We've already mentioned that in Poland, concrete is overused in cities, and many green parks and squares are turned into flat concrete platforms, where actually we're making it harder to access green spaces in Poland. And we had the famous act of all, Lex Szyszko, and the number of trees cut down in 6 months could be compared to the same number of trees that had been cut down in 9 years. But these figures only account for one city. But I think the situation wasn't better in other locations. Of course, there are also some positive examples where new green spaces are created in cities. My colleagues and I process applications every year, which clearly tell us that green spaces are considered more and more important by city dwellers. So there are a few reasons behind such an ambiguous approach to green spaces. Some still think that plants and trees are only good for decoration, and that their role ends here. One of city mayors said, when asked why he's cutting down trees and putting concrete instead, he said that this is related to your likes or dislikes, that everyone has different likes or dislikes. Also, trees and plants require a lot of expenses to maintain the plants, to clean the leaves, etc.
or to remove branches after strong winds, etc. But on the other hand, we also have a lot of benefits of air purifying, because trees are air purifiers. They are minimizing the side effects of downpours, etc. These benefits are also huge. So we asked experts from the economy of environment from the University of Warsaw, and they helped us show in a measurable way the benefits that cities have from trees. This is one of the designs, one of the projects of informative board concerning a tree, a maple tree in Krasicki park. And it shows the benefits that the citizens derive from this tree. And this is really measurable. So we also show how many tons of CO2 is accumulated by this tree, etc. Moreover, economists also tried to estimate in Polish zloty how much savings the tree can bring to the city. There are some other trees that were included in this project. So if we can see that a tree gives us a benefit of 15,000 zloty, but a whole park gives us savings of 2 million zlotys. So 2 million is a bigger number, which may have better effect on local authorities. So we really try to educate populations of the cities. Now, everyone who take a walk around the city can see those boards, those informative boards, but we also understand that this kind of informative campaign can be beneficial for the local authority officials. They are also addressees of our campaign. Why? We are aware that when we are talking about Lex Szyszko and cutting out trees and that period, then we know that there were trees that were located on private plots of land. So the owner of a given plot of land, for example, decided that they didn't want to have a tree on their plot of land. They decided to cut it out. But also, there were some projects in the public spaces about cutting out trees. That is why we really want to address everyone in our city, the citizens and the local authorities. Now to conclude, I remember one situation when in one of the cities there was a revitalization of a park, and the park was awarded a prestigious prize from Polish urbanists. But on the other hand, this project also was negatively commented on by the representatives of the scientific milieu working in natural universities and universities of natural sciences. Is it a paradox? No, it isn't, because these were specialists in their own field. But we should really confront our fields of expertise with others. We have to approach the urban zones and urban spaces in a complex and interdisciplinary manner. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Dziękuję bardzo. To jeszcze
Thank you once again. So I will just once again ask whether Mr. Przemysław Przybylski from Credit Agricole has joined us. Yes, he has. So he will talk to us about saving the odor. You have 5 minutes, sir. Good afternoon. Thank you for the invitation. I'm so sorry that my connection is so poor, but I'm in the field. I'm in Słubice at the Oder River.
też i sam się mówię, jak Państwo mój przekaz. Odyseja w 2020 roku, Górska Odyseja w 2021 roku, czy Wiślana Odyseja w 2022 roku i maszerujemy wzdłuż wybrzeża, po górach albo wzdłuż królowej polskich rzek i sprzątamy.
We are initiating certain campaigns. For example, we are picking up trash in Poland, but picking up trash is great, but it would be even better if we stopped throwing trash into the greenery. Another campaign is a clean odor. The first edition started this year. We planned the next edition to take place next year in May, but it turned out that the odor needs our help even sooner. So we start a new initiative. This is a campaign for clean odor and for the revival of the odor. We want to revive this river, and we want to remove the damage that was done to this river. I would also like to encourage you to visit Siepomaga website /odrodzenie. There you can donate money so that we can help our river to regain its previous glamour. Dominik Dobrowolski, my colleague and ecologist, also takes part in this campaign, and he wants to thank all the people who helped the river, and he wants to encourage new people to join the campaign to donate money so that we are able to produce 1 million of new fish for the odor. siepomaga.pl/odrodzenie. This is the address where we collect the money, and next year we will let you know how this campaign has gone and how many new fish were entered into the order. Thank you very much. I encourage you to join this campaign. This was Przemysław Przybylski from Credit Agricole, and now please enjoy lunch, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see each other 2:45.
Państwa po przerwie. Proszę tych, którzy jeszcze...
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, after the break. I invite everyone to come back to our room. Ladies and gentlemen, we have spoken a lot about the better hope for better urban space, ecological space in the cities. We were talking about the baseline, about the springboard to solutions and to focal points, creating focal points between the central government and local government. And we will hear now the speech by Joanna Erbel, author of the book Leaning into the Future, How to Change the World for the Better. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Today our conference is concerned with eco-cities, so I don't think anyone here should be convinced that we need better cities for the future. I just wanted to show a few images and refer you to certain texts, because thinking of a better world is the right from looking at good examples, but also it is the right from reading. So what we need today is not only to believe in better future, but also to know how to speak of it. Because very often we meet people in different places, people coming from different environments, from different places, and sometimes we feel that we have the same intention, but we lack focal points, that we lack one voice, one language. Because maybe we are talking with local authorities representatives, with activists, with community representatives. So I would like to start with the image that changed our imagination. That was the basis of the previous ecological movements. This is the first image of Earth from the moon. This picture is called Blue Marble, and was the first image that showed us that we are just part of a larger entirety. This blue marble is something what is truly important to us. Nancy Hosey, the author of The Shape of Green book, he was the first one to say that we are able to put into one image everything that we care about in terms of our planet. So it's sometimes like profiting, like the fortune tellers using such similar marbles to forecast future when we speak of our fate in the future. And we also verify our images of the future. Very often we are thinking of the future in a different way than we actually strive to. Very often these images of the future show us the elements that we don't have today, that we lack today. And the first images of utopia were deprived of any greenery. So did people hate greenery in the past? No, but they just didn't have to focus on it so much because we did have green areas in the cities. What I remember from my childhood was an experience of the fact that the futurologist world in which we have been brought up, and the concept of smart city was the idea that in the future we will only fly our planes or hovercrafts, and that there will be no greenery at all. But fortunately now it has changed. Today we are meeting here in this venue, looking at the river, Vistula River, looking at its other bank, which is not regulated at all. And now we have more progressive visualizations. very often we can see green buildings during those conferences, during our conference today as well. I would like to show you this picture. This stimulates imagination of new social movements who think that we do not have to choose between technology and between modernity and greenery. We can follow the path of sustainable development. This is a picture by Jessica Perstein, The Fifth Sacred Thing. It is based on the book of eco-feminist Starhawk, and it shows us that we can combine modernity with greenery. So we can now watch our surroundings and think about it, which elements of it can be fitted in this picture and which not. Another movement is called solar punk. It means that the energy that we have is not only the fossil fuel energy, the gas energy, the coal energy, but it's also the renewable sources energy. And it shows us the world in which we are safe, in which we are independent of fossil fuels. I think speaking of images and speaking of notions is very important so that we believe in our future, because our imagination works on two levels. On the one hand, we have to imagine our world in the future, a different world than we know today. And on the other hand, we need to be able to communicate with each other. So we are talking about the ecological city, but also about other dimensions. In the last century, one of the most important philosophers responsible for the revolution of our cognition, Ludwig Wittgenstein, said that my imagination is only limited by my language.
która jest emocją.
And we need to place the imagination and the hope in the broader context. And here we have a donut diagram. And we know that this is the economy of a donut. We know that our world has its own boundary. We have to find ourselves somewhere between the ecology and the social development. So we have to move around this green line, because if we cross this line, we will not be able to deal with social tensions and other problems. In the face of the war in Ukraine and our energy crisis, we understand even better these issues. So we have to take decisions whether we should burn coal or not, because part of people who living in the south can actually die of lung cancer if we do that. But if we don't burn coal, then maybe we will be too cold over the winter. So very often we do not talk about it while talking about business strategy, but actually this decision-making problem, this dilemma, is extremely important right now. Professor Rafał Matyja produced another text which is worth reading, and he wrote there that the community is very important in creating our society, but the physicality is also very important for us and for making good decisions for our society and for our business. He also shows us that we don't have to be hard players fighting for survival, but we can focus on what is sensitive in ourselves and something that is actually our weakness. And this is the method of modeling the world, which is ever more often present in our narratives. So we don't have to be superheroes. We can be soft, we can have weaknesses, and our cities can have weaknesses as well. David Simon also wrote a book in which he says, how can we translate it into projects? A promoter of this idea, who opened our hearts, opened our homes, is Olga Tokarczuk. And we are also following the narratives of biodiversity. Biodiversity in Poland was described by this author, and we know she won the Nobel Prize, and we are very proud of it, and that is why we are interested more and more in the topic that she touches upon. Now, going back to the Darwinist race that I talked about, we do not have only this, we do not have to search for hope only internally in ourselves, but also in cooperation. We have to compromise. We have to focus on what is we share in common. And a few days ago, a revolutionary book was published of Brian Hara and Vanessa Woods. They say that the title is Survival of the Friendliest. This is something new, something that we are not used to. And it's a paradox that it's a great news in our world. It means that local bonds and social bonds can provide a springboard to better change, to changing for the better. When we are thinking that we have to change the world, and we know that the world changes very fast, the changes are very abrupt, and the ideal, the perfect world seems hard to achieve. But Kevin Kelly, a theoretist of technology and the author of Protopy notion, says that we should do everything in our power to make tomorrow better than today, always bearing in mind the long-term perspective. So sometimes, we cannot just go straight forward to our goal. We sometimes have to take turns. We sometimes have to take the longer road towards our goal. However, whenever we work on better tomorrow, we are safe. I also wanted to show you another illustration that that had a great influence on me. Very often we know that in Poland we only can count on ourselves. We have to storage our supplies for ourselves because nobody will help us, etc. And here Jan Strickler, the founder of a Kickstarter, that is the first crowdfunding portal, said that it all depends on the perspective. If we change the perspective, our rationale changes. So if we are thinking only about here and now, what we need individually. I was taught this in the 80s, so that I will be left alone, nobody will help me, I have to learn, study hard, and then just leave the country whenever it is possible. But today we also started to see that whenever we are friendly towards our neighbor, we have better chances to survive. So we have to think about it, whether the strategy that we adopted will bring us safety and security in 20 years to come. If we are individualists, if we don't share with others, we don't help each other, then we will have to fight for survival. So these are the questions that we have to ask ourselves, and for me, showing cooperation. Now I am working in the community system, and every day I take this exercise, and I encourage you to do it as well. So please imagine the vision of the future and think about it, where there is a place for yourself, what I can give from myself to the future, and with whom I can work and with whom I can live in this future. To conclude, one last slide. This is the vision of our think tank. And we believe that profit, development, indicators are not in the center of our interests, even if these are indicators of sustainable development. These are, of course, good indicators, but we shouldn't put it in the center of our interest. In the center of our interest should be the question whether we are safe, whether we as humanity can survive. We should always bear this in mind while creating our strategies. Of course, the very important decisions will never be easy. Sometimes we have to decide whether the greater good is more important than the good of an individual. And some people would say that supporting each other is not fair, that we should treat everyone equally. But look, if we are deprived of water and other supplies, then we will count on our neighbors, not on the people with whom we have just internet connection with or with some relations over the internet, because we will not have the internet if we don't have electricity. So we need to focus on our community. This is a mental challenge, but this also gives me hope, because I know that even if I, as an individual, have extensive knowledge, I know that I will not survive alone in this world.
Razem silni.
We are a versatile community, so this is our strength. Now some self-promotion, if you allow me. And here you can see a picture by Marysia Zbysłowska, the future of Dąbrowa Górnicza, which is a city in the south of Poland. So you can see flowers, but also pumpkins, trees and fruit. So think about streets as a source of food. This will make you change the way you look at your surroundings, because in Warsaw, in streets, there are many trees like elderberry that bear fruit that can be a source of vitamin. So such a simple, plain picture already changes your perspective, because you can see that some good sides of the city of the future is already here, available at your hand's reach. Also, let me invite you to our collective MBA, how to manage cooperatives. So here we teach how to manage communities where there is room for NGOs, for local governments, for cooperatives. The place where you live is important, because the place where you live is the source of energy, of food, etc. Thank you. Thank you. That was a perfect wrap-up of this conference, really. I would like to ask Director Bożka-Wiśniewska to the stage back again. She will award the Eco-City laurels to winning cities. And I personally would like to thank you, and hopefully next year during this conference we will be speaking about what we have achieved already, instead of speaking of things to be done.
Dziękuję Pani Magdaleno.
Thank you, Magda. Welcome back. I'm honored to chair this gala, the 10th edition of the Eco-Miasto conference. Maria Andrzejewska is with us, the Director General of UNEP GRID-Warszawa, and Odeje Chapli, Cultural Attaché of the French Embassy and the Director of the French Institute in Poland. Please come up to the stage. Let me welcome the partners of Eco-Miasto and representatives of cities. Eco-Miasto, Eco-City, is a Polish project carried out by UNEP, GRID-Warszawa and the Embassy of France in Poland. And this edition wouldn't have been possible without our partners. Our strategic partners are Citrus Nut Polska, Renault, FH Immobilier, Poland. And our partners are Suez Consulting Savage, Urban Act, Crédit Agricole, and UN Association Poland. And this conference is held under the honorary patronage of the Ministry of Infrastructure, the Ministry of Funds, the Ministry of Development, and the Ministry of Environment, and also the National Fund for Environmental Protection, and the Association of Polish Cities. Our media partners are Business and Ekologia, Ekonatura, Ecie.pl, Rzeczpospolita, Polish Daily, Wirtualna Polska, and the Polish Press Agency. This is a very special project because Eco-Miasto is a knowledge-sharing platform. It organizes regional workshops and this conference, which is held every year. We run a geo portal, and we have a contest for local governments. This contest is to promote sustainable growth in the cities and towns, and the awards go to the most committed, the cities most committed to this issue. The first awards were given in 2013. 6 applications were received, and 2 categories were there. And over time, the contest expanded. Now we have 5 categories: energy efficiency, renewable energy sources; 2, sustainable mobility; 3, waste and circular economy; water management; green spaces in cities; and blue-green infrastructure. We received 50 applications this year, where local governments describe what they do for sustainable development. The jury chose 9 awardees with the most ambitious projects. We give 2 awards in each category: for a larger city, over 100,000 people, and for a smaller city. The awardees will obtain a very exceptional statute, and they will hold the title of the winner of this edition of the contest. We had special awards also in this year from our partners from NUT, Renault, and FH. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now the part you're really looking forward to, so I will now announce the winners.
Dlatego wszystkie inwestycje realizowane w celu poprawy środowiska są cenne i powinny być wyróżnione. Z misją wspierania i doceniania tych projektów zorganizowana została kolejna edycja konkursu Eco-Miasto, realizowanego przez UNEP GRID-Warszawa we współpracy z Ambasadą Francji w Polsce. Poznajmy laureatów konkursu Eco-Miasto 2022.
Szanowni Państwo, zatem pierwsza kategoria, czyli
Ladies and gentlemen, the first category, energy efficiency and renewables.
Szanowni Państwo, laur.
So, ladies and gentlemen, the law for big cities goes to Gdynia. Michał Głódź, Vice Mayor of the City for Innovation, is here, so please come up to the stage. Gdynia has been awarded for its long-standing strategy to improve energy efficiency of buildings, for partnerships and communication with all stakeholders, also for public consultations. for speaking to stakeholders, local governments, business owners, etc. It's about cooperating when implementing the energy efficiency strategy in the city, and also for its education activity in this field. The jury wants to highlight the complex upgrade of public buildings and housing, of promoting a central heating system, and also replacing old-fashioned boilers in households and mounting PV panels on the roofs, on the tops of public buildings. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for this award. This award goes actually to all the citizens of Gdynia, because the activities you've mentioned, not only the city council is involved, but we try to engage all inhabitants. I've already said today that our school campaigns are very important, because this is where we try to teach young people about energy efficiency. I hope that spreading this knowledge will bring a lot of benefits in the future, and Gdynia will become eventually very environmentally friendly. Thank you. Thank you and congratulations. So still the same category now for a city below 100,000 inhabitants. So the laurel goes to Kalety. The mayor, Mr. Kandzia, is invited to the stage. Kalety receives the award for its complex and comprehensive approach to upgrading energy efficiency of building. Let me highlight a project here, mounting 2 heat pumps in a nursery school, and also the project to mount as many as 79 heat pumps in households, and also to upgrade blocks of flats owned by the city. Mayor, the floor is yours. Ladies and gentlemen, let me thank you, the jury, for this great recognition to our city. 85% of our city is covered by forest, so this is the city with the largest forest area in Poland. We are located in Silesia, so this is our responsibility to protect the environment. Thank you. I feel invited to Kalety. Yeah. I hope many people will act upon your invitation. Okay, now another category. So now the second category, and the laurel goes to Gdańsk. And the deputy mayor, Mr. Porawski, will receive the award. So I will read you why the jury has decided to award it to Gdynia. The city of Gdańsk meets all the requirements of the Waste Directive. The city's sewage plant is extremely effective, and their rainwater management plan is also very successful. The city uses many innovative solutions to prevent floods and to manage rainwater. It's the only city in Poland that takes part in the International Project Fund PLCC to reduce the amount of plastic released to the Baltic Sea. Gdańsk is also innovative when it comes to innovative methods of cleaning water through hydro-fit plants. Mayor, the floor is yours. Ladies and gentlemen, let me thank you. This award goes to a huge team of our co-workers. We have carried out a lot of programs, projects in Gdańsk. We are a seaside city. But this also means that we have to face many challenges. A big thank you to our inhabitants who are aware of the needs of the city and who also are open to education, because without education, there's no change can be successful in the future.
Now the same category, so water management, will not see any winner in the category of the smaller cities. And now mobility, big cities with more than 100,000 inhabitants.
Laur w tej kategorii otrzymuje miasto.
And the award goes to the city of Wrocław. Monika Kozłowska-Święconek, director of the Sustainable Mobility. Please come to the stage. The jury is awarding this prize to Wrocław, especially for the consistent policy in terms of mobility. It is one of the first cities in Poland which developed the plan of sustainable mobility. It's very worth looking at the bicycle lanes, which are plenty in Wrocław, as well as park and ride parking spots, as well as development of railways and trams. And the local authorities in Warsaw strive as consistently into improving the mobility in the whole city. Congratulations, Director. The floor is yours. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. What can I say? Thank you. For Wrocław, it is a very important award because it shows us that what we are doing together with our inhabitants makes sense. Today I'm accepting this award on behalf and for our citizens, because a lot of investments and very important projects that are brought to life in Wrocław are brought to life under the influence of citizen budget program. So we are giving the floor to our inhabitants and we are cooperating with our communities. Sustainable mobility is what the city, what the citizens expect from us. This is very important to us. That is why I thank you so much, and I will pass on this award to our citizens. Thank you very much. Yes, I'm happy that this award is an effect of cooperation of the local authorities and the local community. We talked about it today. And now the winner in the same category but another subcategory, so sustainable mobility, but smaller cities. And the award goes to Stalowa Wola. Congratulations. Michał Bufaj, the treasurer of Stalowa Wola city, is here with us today. Please come to the stage. The award goes to the Stalowa Wola city for sustainable mobility. Due to the large amount of bicycle lanes and also the strategy of the development of electromobility, and you are implementing this strategy consequently. It is also worth mentioning that you are conducting social campaigns for sustainable mobility among communities. Congratulations, and the floor is yours, sir. On behalf of the city of Stalowa Wola and all our inhabitants, thank you very much for appreciating our project. This is only one of numerous projects because Stalowa Wola is implementing a lot of projects concerning eco-city idea. They are now underway, so we cannot submit those projects, but for sure in the next years we will submit also other projects which will be completed. Thank you very much, and we are looking forward to listening and hearing about your projects. For sure they will also win a prize. And now, waste management and circular economy. Award for big cities. And the award goes to the city of Rybnik. Piotr Masłowski, Vice President of the Mayor, is here with us today. Please come to the stage. The floor is yours. Rybnik got the award for the high level of recycling and also the practical solutions concerning waste management. For example, there was a resolution of the Council aiming at eliminating plastic packaging in the city hall and in public administration units. Mayor, the floor is yours. Thank you very much. Maybe you are thinking, what is Rybnik doing here as eco-city, because we are responsible for a lot of emissions. But actually, we did invest in hydrogen technologies. We will buy hydrogen-propelled buses. We will not be the first ones investing in hydrogen stations, but I hope that we will be the second city right after Warsaw that will have the stations. We also curbed waste coming from food. We are ordering less food in order not to throw it away. We invested in the municipal cup. And I'm happy that we won this prize, because maybe you will take a closer look at our city, because we really invested huge amounts of money into thermal renovation of buildings, and we can see the effects. We can see that the level of the pollution in Rybnik is going down. I know that my voice is shaking, but it is only because of the fact that this is so important to me, because thanks to this award we will be able to spread the good news about Rybnik. And our city hall also agreed to planting trees on our market square, which is also very important. So I understand, Mayor, that next year you will win the award in the green-blue infrastructure category. And now, waste management and circular economy for smaller cities category. The award goes to Zamość. Congratulations. And we will have Mr. Piotr Orzechowski, Vice Mayor of Zamość, on the stage. You win this award for the high level of recycling, the system of individual recycling system for block of flats, and planned educational and informational campaigns concerning waste management and waste recycling. You also get this award for promoting ecological behaviors. Mayor, the floor is yours. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of our citizens and local authorities, thank you very much to the organizers, the GRID-Warszawa and the French Embassy. Thank you for the invitation. Thank you for appreciating our work and our CISO system. It is one of the first systems of that kind in Poland, and especially in the eastern part of Poland when it comes to the selective waste collection. And despite the fact that on the initial stage of implementation of this program, our citizens were confused, we now are successful. And now the system works well. This idea, this concept has been adopted by the citizens and they got used to it. And thank you very much. And as my colleague from Kalety invited you to Kalety, I would like to invite you to Zamość. Congratulations. And now the last category, greenery in the city, green and blue infrastructure. And first category is the award for big cities with over 100,000 citizens. And the award goes to Kraków. Congratulations. Ms. Katarzyna Przyjemska-Grzesik, this manager of the green team in Kraków, comes to the stage. The award goes to Kraków for this investments in the green infrastructure in Kraków and also for preparation of the project of the system of pocket parks in the city. You have been engaged in a social dialogue and in cooperation with the community and with local organizations at all levels of creating blue and green infrastructure, and you are also appreciated for understanding the need for green spaces in the city. Congratulations, and the floor is yours, madam. Thank you very much on behalf of the city and on behalf of the local authorities of Krakow. It is a great pleasure to accept this award from the organizers of this event. As you said, as it was said by you and by Joanna Erbel in her power speech, the power and the potential of the city lies in their inhabitants, and I hope that all the cities will appreciate it even more in the years to come. And I hope that in more and more cities we will think about the self-efficiency of food supply of the cities. We could see it on the illustration on the previous presentation here, and I hope that this is how the cities will look like in the future. And I'm so happy that local communities are more and more engaged and more happy in the cities they live in. Thank you very much. Thank you for the suggestion of the new category. Maybe it will be a new category, so in engaging the local communities. Yeah, so we are living in the world that is changing very fast. Now, blue-green infrastructure for the smaller city award. And the award goes to Konin. Congratulations. Today we have here with us Ms. Ewelina Ostajewska-Szwenkowska and Katarzyna Rejniak, so the treasurer and the deputy director for the investment in the City Hall of Konin. So we have the representatives of Konin. You get the award for the comprehensive activities for the ecological solutions and for the green corridors in the city, the pocket parks. And we are also appreciating the citizen budget engagement and investments in the green infrastructure and greenery in the cities.
Gratulujemy i zapraszamy.
Congratulations. Thank you so much on my own behalf and behalf of the city and the local authorities. Thank you for acknowledging our efforts. Our city evolves all the time, and please come and visit us. Thank you and congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, we have already announced all the winners. Once again, congratulations. Let me thank you, Director, and Mr. Shapley. Please stay with us. Now let me invite all the winners of this edition to take a family photo. And please stay with us because this is not the end. We still have the award ceremony ahead of us. Please come up to the stage with the laurels. Kawa.
Jeszcze raz serdecznie gratulujemy.
Once again, congratulations.
Szanowni Państwo, przed nami druga część dzisiejszej gali.
Ladies and gentlemen, now the second part and the special awards from the sponsors. So let me invite the director of NUT Polska. So the special award from NUT Polska, 10,000 zloty voucher for training on sustainable development of cities goes to the floor is yours. Good afternoon. I represent NUD. NUD is a real estate company with housing development projects. We are environmentally friendly. We are a green company. we also, for a couple of years now, we have been supporting Eco-Miasto. In our projects, we always try to be environmentally friendly and design many green spaces. Now we are designing a mixed-use center in Wilanów. We will also build a public park there. Our strategy is people, planet, profit. So apart from business, we put people and nature at the heart of our activity. In this context, we'd like to give a special award to Łomianki, whose approach is aligned with our strategy. Małgorzata Żebrowska-Piotrak, the mayor of Łomianki, will receive the prize. So this is a voucher for training, 10,000 zlotys. Thank you very much for this distinction. I have to say I'm a bit surprised. I'm very happy. Training is always welcome. But I have to say that the opinions in our municipality vary as to whether more housing projects should be developed. So hopefully we'll do it in a sustainable way, keeping as many green spaces as possible. We applied for the award with a project which is related to blue-green infrastructure. Something we really need. There's a shortage of water and shortage of green areas in our municipality. There are no plants or greenery in our streets, only in the gardens, so we've been trying to address that. And also we try to involve local housing, real estate companies, and this is something we require from them to design green spaces and water supply systems and also rainwater drainage systems. Łomianki is located next to Warsaw and it's been growing very dynamically. Hopefully Łomianki will attract new inhabitants, but also at the same time we will keep the existing green spaces of the city. Thank you for the voucher. We will keep learning. Now let me invite the representative of Renault Polska, which is a long-standing partner of the program, Fabien Goulet. This new fully electronic car can be used for a month as a prize, as an award from Renault.
Reason to be very excited to be here. As you could see, I was very excited. The first reason is I was given the occasion to have a look at all the ideas developed by your cities to develop a greener environment. And I think when we have a strong willingness of politics and citizens, there are no limits to what we can achieve in environment. So I would like to congratulate all the cities because really, really we had nice ideas. So congratulations to everybody, first of all. The second reason why I'm proud to be here is it's not the first year, but the 9th year that with Renault we are accompanying this event. And it's 9 years because we've been involved in Renault Group in, proper cars since 10 years with Zoe. And I would like to share with you that when I began in the automotive industry, I did it because I loved cars. But now, when I discuss with my daughter and my son, they are proud because we are working on proper cars. So I would like to share that with you. I think we saw a lot of images for the future. with a lot of bicycles. This is very good, but I think there will be cars also, but cars without emission of CO2. So we are working hard on that, and we believe we can go even further. Maybe now I should invite,
Yes.
or you will do it?
Oh, you can share the results.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
Okay. So the first prize, pierwsza nagroda, pierwsze wyróżnienie.
The first award goes to Wrocław. Monika Kozłowska-Święconek from the Sustainable E-Mobility Department. Please come to the stage. It's not over yet, ladies and gentlemen, because this special award is a double award. So the second award goes to Stalowa Wola. Treasurer of Stalowa Wola, Mr. Buchaj, could you please come to the stage? Congratulations. Let me remind you that this special award allows you to use a Renault electronic car so that you can test electromobility in practice. Congratulations.
As you could see in the picture, they're flying cars, so maybe that's another step for Renault to figure out how to move the cars from the ground to the air. Serdecznie dziękujemy.
Thank you and congratulations. I would like to comment. This is actually an interesting award if you think about the project we have submitted, which will be a pedestrian and bike ring road for Wrocław. So thank you. We will test the car, but somewhere else, obviously. Thank you. Currently, there are 10 electronic buses being manufactured for our city, and now we will also have an electronic car. Now, the last special award, FH Mobilier, will award it Cecil Chang and Andrzej Jaskowski. It's a study tour to Charnier-Malabry-Lavayer in France. So a study tour where you will be able to learn about the solutions in this city. Again, a double award for two cities, Gdynia and Kalety. Vice Mayor of Gdynia, Mr. Guz, and Vice Mayor of Kalety. Let me congratulate everyone on behalf of FH, especially in the category of energy efficiency. We are part of the FH group. The group carries out investment projects in housing development, construction, and urbanism. And we take sustainable projects very seriously. In Paris, in the agglomeration of Paris, in the city mentioned, we have developed a project which we think is a very good example of an energy efficient project with a circular economy. So we would like to give the award to the mayors of Gdynia and Kalety. Congratulations. And if you would like to comment, well, I've already made my comment. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. It's a great recognition for our city. Hopefully you will tell us about your stay once you're back after the study tour. Ladies and gentlemen, so this is where the gala ends. Once again, thank you.
Miasta.
And once again, congratulations to all the winners of the awards. Thank you very much to all the organizers, the partners, the cities. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for coming here to our venue. Thank you for all. Thank you to all the viewers online. And I would like to invite you to join the 10th edition of the Eco City. We are just finishing the 9th edition and we are in a moment beginning the 10th edition. Thank you very much and please come to the stage to take a family picture. Thank you. We would like to ask all the winners to the stage, both the winners of the main awards and the special awards. We would like to ask the representatives of the cities to the stage.